Headphones overboard. Oh. Oh. How we doing? What a nice, calm news day. Absolutely nothing to talk about. It's true. Slow news day. It's alright, I have Costco tuxedo cake to make all the non-existent news go away. What is she saying to me? I get down here, close the door, and she immediately yells, "What?" Oh my god, mercy on this. What? Already has. No. You're a big girl. Oh. Eventful day here. I had to take the cat to the vet to check his blood pressure, but he flipped out when the vet tried and we couldn't get it. It's the duality of pets. The fuck was I doing here? Oh, I was testing out weapons and shit. Gotta ask, does M ever start speaking, but instead of facing you, starts walking away expecting you? Oh yeah. It's a woman thing. Like, you could be doing anything, they could be 2 rooms over, and like, use their regular speaking voice and just assume that you can hear them. It's crazy. And then I've got to, like, I'll say, just give me a second, and I'll come out and hear you, and like, she'll say it again. Like, I didn't hear you any better the second time. I can hear you're trying to speak to me. But, like, you know, just physically impossible. So last we left off, we got disappointed by the fact that, like, every other weapon doesn't quite hit the same as the maces. There are a couple of builds I'd like to try at some point. The problem is it would require, like, completely rebuilding the character. I'm just not down for that right now. I was down for, like, you know, flipping main stats and stuff on some weapons and whatnot, and trying some stuff that was within this character's limits. I don't feel like rebuilding the whole character through, you know, going to Renala. Yeah, like, I'm even okay with not having all the mixed damage. It's like, if I'm going to give up, like, a certain amount of stagger or poise damage, and if I'm going to give up one of the effects, like, let's say I just go with bleed, I better be attacking, like, significantly faster. And the problem is that even with regular katanas, you're not really attacking so much faster. Like, yes, faster, but like the actual speed difference is in like in a battle in which it would matter, like against a boss. Many of them are just kind of, eh. A club and some dexterity. Oh yeah, Zeth, with your ear, no, you're done for, bro. And they will get annoyed with you for it. It's the talking to you when you can't possibly hear them. He like actually articulate what they're saying, or take in what they're saying, and like the Venn diagram for that. Assuming that you can read their mind is almost a complete circle. Oh yeah, exactly, Kalutzi. Now, a lot of bosses are resistant to it. I noticed that when I was in the main game. You know, the maces are oh, I'm 100% gonna finish the game with the maces. I mean, I finished the main game with maces fine. And I'm used to them now too, right? But they're really, you know, they're really quite potent against regular enemies. There are counters that make them more difficult. With certainty. Hmm. Oh, that Costco tuxedo cake, man. It's a good thing there's 0 calories in it. It'd be terrible if there was any calories in it, because then you'd actually have to feel bad about eating it. Hey Beth! Speaking of Costco, you know what I had for the first time in like 7 years? And I'm not even joking, it's been like 7 years. Was the Costco all-beef hot dog. The quarter pounder. M has been asking to have that, every time we've gone to Costco for like the last couple months. And I've been like, okay, fine. So we get there, and we put the order. The reason why I avoid it now is because our Costco never has any downtimes anymore. It is constantly insane. Like, beyond insane. Slow days at Costco now were the absolute busiest, like, Thanksgiving level event from, like, 8 years ago. It's just insane how busy that place is now. And so the food court hasn't changed size. It's the same size as it was when this building was Price Club before Costco bought out Price Club. And it is not prepared. They've got people yelling the orders out. The guy was losing his voice. Just trying to move like orders through. They put in order kiosks where you can like, you know, like actually order and pay ahead of time and then just go get it. You know, back when back in the day where you still had to just go to the counter and then you just like order your shit. But now they've got all that stuff set up. So anyway, this was like the least busy I'd seen it in ages, so I said, "Okay, fine. You want it? We'll get this thing." So we go and we go to the kiosk and we pull it up. You know, the We got 2 hot dogs, one French fry to share, 1 drink to share. And you look at the calorie counts. The hot dog is 900 calories. The French fries are 900 calories, and then you would add a drink to that. So just the hot dog, the fries, and the drink, you're looking at, I mean, between 1,000 and 1,100 calories. Or, sorry, 2,000. 2,000 and 2,100. Somewhere in that neck of the woods, depending on condiments and whatever. It's quarter pound. All beef. $900 calories and fries? What the fuck are in them? Oil. So, yeah. That's impressive. So I was like, alright, so, you know, you eat your hot dog, your fries, and your drink, and that's, like, the average person's entire day's worth of calories. Right there. You had barely gotten through a single meal that, honestly, for most people, probably would just barely, like, fill them. Unless you're, like, on the smaller side. Like, even M, would be able to get through most of it. 2,000 calories. M is vacuuming, by the way, so if you end up hearing that, that's why. She's, running the vacuum. So my plan here is, I think if I backtrack here, I'll have a higher probability chance of being closer to where I need to be for the map. Unless this is a point in which you jump down, in which case I'm fucked and I'm gonna have to, like, go back. Although, you would think that the first entry point into that zone, you'd have more or less a straight shot. I know, the helmet does kind of go with it, eh? Like, it kind of actually mixes. Wow, that frame rate is spectacular here. Just marvelous. So is he gonna wake up behind me and then just nuke my shit? Because there's a point that you walk over here as a trigger. And then he just wakes up and starts. Yep. Oh shit! I forgot you jumped down onto here. So I can't go this way. It's so weird that it's way down here. Like, that's so strange. I know, right? He didn't even have to lift a finger, he just stood up and I did all the work for him. Okay, so this is above where we were. Oh, can you hear the vacuum now? Yeah, she's literally right outside the office door. The door is closed, but she's right outside it. I mean, pretty quiet, all things considered, and that's because it's a solid door. It's not like hollow core, it's just a 7 trillion pound monstrosity. Vacuums my face. No, she's definitely a troll, so you can't ever assume that she won't be up to something suspicious. She's a crazy troll. Like, honestly, she's probably what's keeping my blood pressure regular, because my blood pressure is a little on the low side normally. The DLC was a lot bigger than I expected it to be. Yeah, dude, it's fucking huge. It's massive. Yeah, so this doesn't like go over here. If you do all the bosses, it's easily 50% of the base game. Or I would argue it's the same, or close to the same in terms of content, if you were taking into consideration... No, this is not where I need to be. If you take into consideration that, you're going into it at level. You know what I mean? So, like, if you were to have to do this and have it be, you know, if you were starting from level 1 or whatever else and you had to actually progress through some areas. Oh, Witcher 3 is a monstrous fucking game as well. Yeah, there's a lot of content. Part of me always wished that I gave a fuck about the Witcher games, but I tried multiple times. I tried 1 multiple, 2 multiple, and I tried 3 once. Just to troll them. Not even killing them, I'm just maiming them horribly. Yeah, that's the thing. That was the thing that always was weird for me, Drekka. Like, and we are definitely in the minority. But I never fully understood how it could be in a genre that I am so typically enamored with, and yet not be even remotely attached to in the slightest. And I mean, and I could see how that might even be more the case now, but back then, that was like peak of me being invested in that genre, and I was turned off by it. Mark, I still have to like download that and like shift it over and try to make it part of the OBS stack. Mark rotoscoped the fucking that scene, that part of that scene out to make an OBS fucking prompt. Now she's above with the actual, like, carpet cleaning attachment by the sounds of it. Maybe you guys were just turned off by all the hype? Nah, I don't think so. I've played loads of games that have had lots of hype that I also thought were really good or liked them. And you have to remember, when I first played The Witcher and The Witcher 2, the hype level wasn't like... The hype level for The Witcher didn't hit proper until 3. Like, 3 was like it. Before Witcher 3, it was mixed, because the games were... I mean, let's be honest, the games were kind of fucking broken. But, like, not in a Bethesda kind of funny haha way. They were just very, very janky video games. It's way the fuck down there, like, what? I know for certain that when it came to The Witcher, the combat was a big determining factor. I hated the combat in The Witcher. I thought it was atrocious. Yeah, that was a weird thing, right? The Neverwinter Nights 2 engine doing all that heavy lifting for the first Witcher. It's no wonder it was a little jank. Dude, Neverwinter Nights. I played and owned Neverwinter Nights 2. I never finished it. But, that was a good game. Yeah, does anyone remember that very well? No shot? Really? Part of what I didn't like about the Witcher's visuals is that, and this didn't change even in God. It's gonna be one of those days. Thing that Gravity just whooping my ass today. Is the game constantly looked like the camera for the game looked like it was fisheye lens. No matter what FOV I set, no matter what I did, it was like I was watching a 1990s skateboarding, like, street montage. At all times. Which would have been great if it was actually a skateboarding montage. But alas, it was not. Let's not do that again. I was looking at chat. Oh, it's a Dank Souls. It's a Dank Souls meme, just forgetting that you haven't reset the friggin' elevators. And so you just... Let's rest here so we actually... When I invariably die to gravity again, we come back here instead. Sorry for starting another Witcher discussion. Ah, we need something to talk about. We gotta keep the chat alive, otherwise it's me just running around this map looking for where I want to go next. Nothing wrong with a little conversation. I find it really weird though that it didn't let me. That looks like such a thing that they'd want you to do, right? Like from there to there and then down. Like that looks so viable. A little less conversation, a little more action, please. Mina likes dancing to Girls' Generation? You're raising her right. I always knew you'd be a good mom. I'm dead. Oh, there it is. Druckus got it. It was funny, I was watching the VOD the other day, just watching it back when I was publishing it, and I saw the thing pop up where it was like, you've received 1,000 messages with Restream.io! And I was like, at first I thought it was you posting a meme, and then I realized, no, it's the actual thing. The verticality of this DLC has been tough to navigate and make sense of. I agree. That's actually been kind of an Elden Ring thing in general. Once they introduced, you know, Steven here, they had to start drawing, you know, double jump Steven. They had to start drawing some death lines, right? Death planes, if you will. And, cause Steven kind of breaks it. And so... Isn't it Steven? Yeah, but that's just difficult to say over and over again. His birth certificate says Steven. But everyone calls him Steve. Well, you don't want to say it 3 times fast because then you'll summon Nightmare Steven, who will haunt your dreams for the rest of your adult life. Alright, does this just... I can't remember. Maybe this just gives me a way to go down there normally. Oh, right, this whole thing. Okay. Yep. Scorpion bro. This is... I jumped down here before. Excuse me. How's your run going so far, B-Man? Where are you at? I've yet to come up with a non-cheese method of dealing with those Ninja Turtle bastards. Which ones are those? Which ones are the Ninja Turtle bastards? Oh, the throwing disc guys. Yeah. The one, like, so, like, there's one in there, for example, and there's one in another part of the ruins that looks like that. Yeah, they're dicks. And the craziest thing is that they didn't value them very highly. Like, the devs didn't value them very highly, because they're only worth, like, 1,200 runes or something like that, and they're hard as shit to kill. And then yet there's like guys you run over and hit twice and they literally crumble and you get 3,000 runes. What up, Bacon Dragon? I imagine you just pancake them, they staggered. Oh no, they don't give a fuck. They will just go right through it. Not a single fuck given. They very frequently kill me. What up, Dat Bread? Oh, really, D-Mystic? I mean, that makes sense. Oh, shit. Was he standing here at some point? He must have been. And we never saw him. Well, I mean, how could you? Yeah, I tried a bunch of different combos just to see. I even leveled a bunch of weapons up, and some of them are kind of neat, but they're too much of a detriment. Like they literally just, they're not fun enough feeling to they're not fun enough feeling to make up for the fact that it's going to make everything much harder. Doing alright, relaxing before work. I'm enjoying the DLC so far, but kind of ticked off at Miyazaki, not for boss difficulty, but because apparently he progressed the story just for approaching a building, not a decision you make walking. Ah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It took me by surprise. I was confused at the time. Drekka hooking up Bacon Dragon with a sub, 226 now. Because bacon? That's a good, I mean, really. Do you need more of a reason? I don't think that Steven survives this, and thereby I don't believe I do either, and yet... This is the strangest zone for finding the map. Honest to God. Like, if I keep going that way, we're just back over with the fire giant, or the brazier giant. And so... I don't follow what the fuck. Clip that with I believe I can fly. Can't do that, that's R. Kelly. And on a day like today, you definitely, you gotta be careful, who you loosely associate with. It's spicy out there. Oh, I agree. I just can't think of, like, where that is. The only thing I can think of is here. I just wanted to double check before I went south. I wanted to double check that I didn't miss any, you know, kind of meme paths that, because it's rare for it to only be in one direction for something like that. So I figured there might be a way to go from either side. But you're right, this does look like south. The only place I can think of that you do it though is from here. Otherwise, you could try. I don't think this is passable. But maybe it is. I don't know, let's see. Because I never went over here at the time. This is where the, actually, coincidentally, this is where Bacon was just talking about, story progression. Oh, hi. Where'd you guys even come from? But there were two that, there was the other one that I got, which was down, like way down below, and then, yeah, see? Like that's way down there. I wonder if it's another coffin. I don't think so. Could be. No, I'm sure you'll survive that drop. Not just that I want to test my 7 key. Yeah, definitely seems feasible. Did I fight a dragon here? I feel like I fought a dragon here. There's a jail up there. Wait, have I not gone to it? Oh no, I think that's that jail. Yeah, any way to get here is gonna be... Oh wait, that's not where we want to go anyway. It's a really big and deep body of water though. It's interesting. But any way to get down there is likely gonna be some really meme fucking method. Oh, right, this was these to go down. I remember that. I just never figured out how to get to this side. Because this area that we're seeing here looks like it's technically still below where the map is. But there's a path that goes up it. I just don't... I remember seeing this and then never actually figuring out how to get to the other side. I didn't change my whole armor just to have enough fire resistance against that thing. Oh, the Brazier Giants? Yeah, there's, the game gives you a hint as to how you're supposed to be able to dispatch of them more quickly. I haven't tested it yet. We go up here. So just my luck, I had a crew coming over here to test to see if we could put... there's a system for deck posting where it's just a giant helical pile that screws down to the ground, but they have to be able to go 3 or 4 feet into the ground to pass code for load bearing. And unfortunately, as I expected, they hit rock before they hit that depth. And so... now I have to wait to see if I can get a backhoe in here. No, this could be it. Fuck these guys, by the way. These guys can actually kill me faster than some bosses. Case in point. Once they power up DBZ style, they don't even stagger. They just stand there and they do 1/3 of your life with a shitty axe. And it's crazy because I've got, like, arguably the highest physical defense you can have right now without using extra items is, like, momentary bonuses. Alright, assholes. Isn't that crazy? He rolled forward into that. You want to play fucking rough there, big guy? You're gonna throw out the explosive barrels. Yeah. Not a great move. Frank beating me to the punch. Look at these pussies. Bro, what the fuck? Did they all go from missing every hit on me to everyone landed every fire fucking grenade all at once? Are you serious? I hate these enemies so much. These guys specifically, my least favorite enemy in the entire game. By a long shot. They're so fucking cheese, I hate them. You set a PR at the gym on Friday. You leg pressed 443 pounds? On what machine? How long have you been leg pressing that you've leg pressed 443 pound leg press for a woman is like global elite. What the fuck? Are you on the juice? What the fuck? That was rhetorical. I know you're not taking steroids. But like... that is a substantial amount of weight for anyone to be pressing. Let alone... a woman. Oh, God. You have strong legs? No shit. Oh, fucking hell. You should be. With a leg press like that, if you had any other means of doing it, you'd be like an Olympic fucking lifter. If you're just casually going to the gym and pressing 443 pounds on a leg press, and you're just like the average run-of-the-mill, you know, mom that goes to the gym when she can, then if you had been like seriously training it your entire fucking life, you'd be like a world record breaking leg press. World record women's leg press is 945 pounds? Yeah. And if Beth is just casually going to the gym pressing 443, I don't think there's any other ladder to go up there. They're just, they are aids. They don't follow any normal rules, so they just have infinite fire pots to throw and shit. It's just... a little silly. Oh, one of these guys normally point towards... points of interest. Nope. Nope. Targeting. Still ass. Still terrible. Covenant High Priest. They do very much look like them. That's true. That would be what they're pointing at. Ah, it's alright, Bacon. If I really feel like going up there, I will, I'll go figure it out. Oh my god. The targeting in this game brought to you by Stevie Wonder. In collaboration with Ray Charles. Oh, is this another catacombs? Shit. We found a catacombs, last time we streamed, and, now here we are. Where was that other catacombs that we did? Where was that on the map? Fisher. Ah, here it is. Dark light. We're going down. Oh boy, we're getting more and more Riven updates of just the staff having mini celebrations, making smash burgers. I really hope that Riven release isn't just fraught with fucking like bugs and bullshit. But it is modern game releases and it probably will. Honestly, the biggest adjustment, other than being able to just freely walk around in the new Riven, is going to be the fact that they don't have, like, the FMV characters. It's going to be, like, some rendered character instead. It's going to look real weird. That's going to be a change. I had kinda hoped for a time that they committed to it and then just redid FMV. Imagine, like, what does FMV end up looking like? Does it look even more jank now because it would be such high definition video going into the game world? Ow! I do not recall requesting acupuncture. Oh boy. Oh, we committed to it now. Two torches lit side by side? You have to try. And also on the side where this thing drops. Fuck! Alright. Yikes. Mark. Yes. Indeed. It's gonna be one of these catacombs, eh? Mark, has your dad played any more BG3? Behind me is bad. I'm going to probably die here. I need to run. This guy just chases you down like a dickhead. Jesus Christ, dude. Pretty bad when it's not even the big guy that you're worried about, but like the tiny fucking like meme guy with a one-handed axe. That's like the real problem because of his friggin' kit. shoulder charge, ground stomp, chase down, jump swing. Just a fucking there. I honestly can't stand those guys more than most of the bosses I fought. What up, Solo? What's the boss you've struggled with the most so far? Have you done all of them, or do you care about spoilers? I don't want to list a boss if you haven't maybe done them or not. I just want to make sure before I start name dropping. No worries, okay? Oh, okay. So, gravity? No. So, Bale, gave me the biggest challenge, even with a Mimic. Bale is the first boss to ever, I think the first ever, to kill my Mimic. And certainly the first to ever kill my Mimic multiple times. So, Bale would be one. I got in the habit after a while when I realized that Miyazaki largely balanced most of the bosses in this game around having a summon with you, at least one, sometimes even two, depending on if you bring the one that they have out front. Which I only did one time because I was interested to see if this guy would talk, and he didn't, unfortunately. I started doing most of the bosses for the first half where I would go in with nothing, fight him a few times, see how viable soloing the boss would be without, like, 7 hours of straight grinding, and then, bring the Mimic out. There have only been a couple of bosses that I feel like I would have been stuck for a really long time, because of my kit and my combat style. Funnily enough, one of the earliest bosses, the Divine Beast or whatever, would have given me a lot of trouble because of my build does not do well against anything that constantly keeps you on the back foot because I need so much stamina to attack. I'm too stubborn to use summons. I was like that when I played Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Bloodborne, whatever. I wouldn't really use summon signs ever. And then Elden Ring, I got the bell crazy late in my run. And I brought out the Mimic for a couple of bosses. But once I got to this, I didn't have it in me. I'm not that guy right now. I wasn't interested in being hung up on a boss for, like, really long periods of time. I'll say this. The Beast would have taken me probably 3 hours in total to do solo. That would have been considered a big struggle for me. So the Beast is one. What's her name? Twin Blade bitch would have taken me probably 3 hours. So she would have been another one. I don't think I would have ever beaten Bale solo, and if I had, I shouldn't say never, I could have, but it would have taken me a very long time. That one would have been like your experience. That would have been like a 9-hour plus marathon, for sure. Kai brought in a therapist after being on the last boss for 60 plus hours. Kai's great. I hope he doesn't turn out to be a fucking weirdo too. That's so unfortunate. So those are probably the primary ones. I mean, I haven't fought every boss yet. Doc on the mind? Oh yeah, Doc. Fucking, that's so shit. It's kind of like, you know, when people found out, you know, find out about any like artist that they enjoyed, in any space, Kevin Spacey, it's just a fucking kick in the knackers, right? It's like, shit, you know, I enjoyed the entertainment, and now I can't even enjoy the entertainment. That shit, like, it just... Didn't Gerard... Am I crazy? Didn't Gerard the Completionist end up being falsely accused? I thought Gerard was one of the ones that ended up having everything cleared, and he went away for like a long while and came back. Fuck. There is somebody that happened to. They went. It was a YouTuber. They went away. Oh, Gerard the Completionist. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm conflating people. I'm conflating people. Gerard the Completionist is the guy with the charity scam, or like the most ignorant series of moves in history. I'm thinking of, was he predominantly a movie, was he a game or movie YouTube channel? Big old nose on this dude, bless him, I had nothing against that, that's the only way I can remember his, like, think of his name. I think, Pro Jared? Was he the one that was, like, that ended up, like, being falsely accused? Is that who I'm thinking of? I feel like that's maybe what it was. But there have been a couple of instances, which is why when the Doc thing first came out, as much stupid shit as Doc had done previously, and given the timeline, my first assumption was that this thing that happened, that he came out talking about today, was the thing that caused the initial, you know, if you were around for that, when he, broke character on camera to confess infidelity with his wife, you know, in his relationship with his wife. I was like, maybe this is the same thing, and it just took Twitch ages to actually act on or find this information out. And I feel like that still feels like what might have actually happened timeline-wise. But either way, my first thought was, there's a really good chance the worst thing that happened here, and it's not to say that wouldn't make him, like, you know, shitty. The worst thing that could have happened here is that he cheated on his wife, but he was unaware of this person's age. Which is a super frequent thing to happen, especially for people that have any amount of status and celebrity. It's a crazy... We talked about here the other day, actually, where in the sports world, there are families that, like, actually intentionally farm out their daughters trying to get pregnant by athletes, or get, you know, married to them when they're underage or close to it, for lawsuits and blackmail and everything else. There's like a whole fucking economy behind that shit. So like, my first thought was, there's a good chance that he had no idea, which would also describe, to some degree, one of the lists of reasons why Twitch would have behaved the way they did in the decisions for banning and whatnot. Yeah, so it's you know, that was my first thought, but that seems to have all gone out the window today. So the dude just royally fucked up beyond belief. And like I said in Discord earlier, it's so hard because, like, you want to at a base level, I would say most people want to be able to afford people a certain amount of ability to redeem themselves as a person over time. The difference is, depending on what you did, that is either going to be granted or not by more or less people, or not at all, more or less by anyone. And the road to redemption for somebody who cheated on their wife as a baseline, and, like, in this instance, not, let's say didn't know the person's age, that's shit. And but the road to redemption there is totally doable, even for a public figure, and a lot of it comes down to, you know, between them and their spouse. But the road to redemption for somebody who inappropriately has inappropriate conversations with minors knowingly, that is a far steeper hill. Like, that is a the list of things that would be more difficult than that is not long. It would be pretty short. Doesn't even have to be faked. You rarely inform of anyone of your age unless just... Well, that's the other thing. So, like, that's not to say... I should clarify that as well. Is that it's not to say that if he didn't know this person's age, it's not to say that it's because the person was intentionally withholding that information maliciously. There are tons of times in which that just doesn't come up immediately in conversation or something. Like, based on how Doc has been responding and talking about it, it does seem like it was a known quantity, which is a bad look. I still feel like I expect some level of legal recourse to kick back on some of the ex-Twitch employees, I should say. Because I don't know the ins and outs of how that whole thing would have been structured after the civil case closed out. Dr. Disrespect, Beth. It's so crazy to me not only how many of these dudes are bad people, but also how many of them are unbelievably stupid as to do these things in ways in which you're so obviously going to get caught. Yeah, well, I mean, nobody's really thinking about that shit at the time. I mean, there are people that would, but they're more like Machiavellian, right? Like, they're strategic in all of this happening. There are many people that's not on their minds, and they're more... many of the people that are in this category are not so Machiavellian as they are what's the word I'm looking for? They're more like egomaniacal. They just don't even think that they would get caught. They think they'd be above being caught. Not in the sense that they're above the law, so much as like they just think that they just as a basis of ego, they don't even consider being caught as a possibility. Oh shit. The glove warts, are they're for magic weapons and shit, right? Like or like wands, staves or some shit. What are they for? Oh, they're for the summons. Sorry, the summons. I forgot you level up your summons with those. True. Totally forgot. Oh boy. Where is safe here? I'm gonna assume that's an invisible wall. Please. Fuck! Shit! I'm assembled uniquely, Solo. What do you think of the open world of the DLC so far? I mostly think it's beautiful, but some segments feel boring and kind of empty. Some segments feel like they had more planned for the area and then just couldn't commit to it. In that they don't feel like they're empty for the purpose of atmosphere. Because there are some places that are empty for the purpose of atmosphere. That being said, the wallpapers per minute, you know, for this DLC, pretty high. That's an actual scientific measurement, by the way. Wallpapers per minute. Pretty high. So they did well in that regard. I think my biggest, if I have any gripes with the DLC, it's a bat taking fall damage. Phenomenal. I mean, Batman can't technically fly. He can only fall gracefully. Yeah, my biggest gripes would be like the comedic range of difficulty between the regular enemies and boss encounters. Historically in Dark Souls, the average enemies and the areas you'd go through were arguably as hard as many of the bosses that you were going to fight, because those areas were preparing you for the boss fights in some way, shape, or form. That was always the design philosophy, as far as I could decipher it. Whereas in this, they feel like they're most of the time. There are some areas that are more, as I described just there, but most of the time it feels like they're just there to fill a void. And then you get to a boss, and the difficulty level is just like a fucking million miles in the sky, vertical line. Yeah, I don't know how much I appreciate that. I will say this though. I wish the bosses were better balanced for those who are not summoning, because summonless runs in this DLC, even for my character, are really, really fucking challenging. And that's saying something, because I have what is probably a slightly over-leveled character with some of, if not the best armor in the game, and talismans, and weapons. And I might be bad, but I'm certainly better than the average player, and have a pretty reasonable track record in Dark Souls games, and still getting my shit pushed in real bad. Mesmer felt like a perfect boss fight. I hope all the fights are that good and fair, but I feel like they aren't going to be. Yeah, I know I might be further in than you, but just be careful how many things you list, in case somebody else in chat or myself hasn't been to that boss. That's like the only way that you get spoiled in these games, is knowing about bosses ahead of time. Which is why I asked you about whether or not you cared if I mentioned them, because I haven't done them all either yet. I'm still going through it myself. But Mesmer, I have done Mesmer. Mesmer was Mesmer I did with my mimic, and he seemed like a tough but doable fight. Second phase would be probably very challenging for my character though, without a mimic. But he at least seemed relatively fair and doable. I thought he was the first boss. I can't say Mesmer is meant to be the first boss. I wanna say that he's supposed to be a little further in. But yeah, I mean, there are some bosses that are really... Yeah, Lion Dancer is definitely the first boss. There are some that are just really, like, build dependent. A lot of the bosses are very aggressive in this. Oh shit, didn't mean to do that. A lot of the bosses are very aggressive in this, and so for my build it can be challenging because I don't have the ability to escape forever and still attack. You somehow missed the Lion Dancer? Really? Holy shit. Although, in fairness, in the base game, I famously went south instead of north, and didn't fight, who was it? Who's the first boss there again? It's not Godric. It's, oh, fuck. What's his name? Margit. Yeah, I didn't fight him until, like, after 50 hours. I'd gone south and had, like, fought, like, these fucking, like, mid-late game. Had no idea. By the time I got to Margit, I was so much stronger than I needed to be that, like, Margit came out, the cutscene dropped, and he got power fucked. I mean, I would say, did you fight Bale yet in this solo? I think Bale is is next to Artorias my favorite fight in the entire series. Oh, that looks fun. I only have 2 flasks. I'm just realizing this now. Holy shit. Oh, this room is gonna get me killed. Of course. Lovely. Did you summon the NPC for Bale? No. I forgot. Well, I didn't forget. I never saw it. And then by the time I had fought him a couple times, I forgot about the summon. I felt so bad. I was like, oh no, fuck me. I totally... And apparently he had like some voice lines and shit. I was kind of salty about missing that. Yeah, it's inside. Zeth was saying that. Zeth saw it, right? I never spotted it because, you know, obviously I went in the arena and I'm like blind because all I'm seeing is Bale and trying to get, you know, my summon out before Bale charges at me and fucking inverts my skeleton. my god, I looked away for 2 seconds. I don't have the health for this shit. There have been a couple of DLC weapons I've been intrigued about trying. We did level up a couple of them. I'm on New Game Plus, so I had the opportunity to level up a couple of things max. But there's still one or two others that I'm interested in that I haven't tried yet. Backhand blades were one I definitely considered trying. I didn't level them up. I tested their kit. They do seem like they could be fun. Especially, they seem like a particularly high value target for bleed. Really? This brings you up here. Okay. Let me make sure there's nothing else down here. Oh, really? They don't do bleed. Huh. You can't even apply bleed, like as a art of... like a, what are they called? Like in, Ash of War? Okay, that seems like it's everything. Oh, you can? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say. They don't have an innate bleed, but you can Ash of War bleed onto them. Blood flame. Yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought. And given how fast they attack, they'd make a pretty good candidate for it. Oh boy. Renala is the base game. The other one is the dual swordsman. I don't know. I mean, you can get part of her kit, I think, but not the whole thing. Wow, they're really trolling on a broken rune too. What a meme. I'm gonna guess this is boss door down here. Sus. Oh boy, we're not even going for an actual place to pop a squat. We're just Marika's statue. I've already early popped my physic. I've got 1 pot. That's probably not gonna go well. Ah, that could kill me. Oh, my physic is still up. Lay down, stay down. Oh, he fucking has a huge range of motion on that bitch. Fuck. I needed 1 more pot. Oh shit. Frank, get him! Damn it. What a bitch. Oh, my mimic is basically unkillable. That's why there is great significance to, Bale killing my mimic multiple times. Really? We're gonna double open lightning? Dick. Listen here, asshole. You're gonna let me set up, and you're gonna like it. Oh, I dodged backwards into that. I need to dodge left or right. Oh, my man heals off of that. Okay. Neat. He's being a lot more annoying on this run than he did the last run. I tried to dodge there a few times, did not want to let me. I think I had somehow... That's an awkwardly timed combo. Big finish. Oh shit, the +3 Crimson. That, his attack cadence was one of those, like, dirty ones where, if you don't dodge the first one at the right time to set yourself up for the subsequent, ones, his follow-up attack happens faster than your next dodge can, and you just end up taking damage. This is what I look like in the morning when I look in the mirror, by the way. A pair of weapons made to be wielded in both hands, crackles with lightning, the power of the capital's ancient dragon cult. The knight, once the personal guard of Godwyn. Was also the protector of the Prince of Death's cadaver surrogate. Intriguing. So it's physical lightning that scales with faith. Okay, so it's like the least amazing weapon for our build imaginable. But look like they could be some fun for sure. Excellent. I was going to... Oh, shit. What's our health right now? $20.33. Phenomenal. 57 extra health. Clearly, we are now indestructible. Oh shit. Tim the Tat Man has made a video.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I'm really interested in how Tim responds. Because of some of the upper echelon of streamers that Doc spent the most time with. Oh yeah, I've seen all that, Doc. We've talked about it a great deal. Tim seemed like the closest thing to... Can you say normal? But Tim always seemed to be the closest thing to normal. So let's see how Tim's video goes here. You probably won't hear all of it, but you can clearly find it for yourself on Twitter pretty easily.
Wow, this is absolutely insane, bro. Everything I'm seeing. I have known Doc for a while now. We've played games for years. And seeing everything that is spiraling right now is a very difficult thing for me personally. And I'm sure for a lot of y'all out there. I think for me, I know a lot of you are asking, Tim, what do you think? My bottom line, I think, is if what he is saying, where he said that he was messaging a minor and it would sometimes lead to teeter on inappropriate. If he knew that was a minor, those were the messages being sent. I cannot support that. I can't. I appreciate y'all. Beat me up, but this is unfortunate to say the least. This is awful. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for the love you give, and I'll see y'all soon.
Oh boy. Yeah, I mean that's really what the whole thing hinges on, right? What Tim was saying there is And you gotta understand, that video was probably shit for Tim to make, right? When you are at the level of public notoriety as, you know, Tim and Doc and some of these other guys, and stuff like this happens, it is very difficult, if not impossible, to say or do anything that will not be overly read into or otherwise, just by nature of you being that level of public profile. And so for whatever Tim was going to say here, he would know that no matter how he frames it or how he says it, he's going to probably lose a bunch of viewers, a bunch of people, a bunch whatever. And so that's a shitty video to have to do. And Tim is arguably the closest to Doc as far as how many times they've collaborated and worked together and whatnot over the years. And so that was I'm impressed that he's even I'm impressed that he even put that video out so soon, to be honest with you, but it's probably for the best that he did. Well, that's what, yeah, exactly, Solo. A lot of people, like anything, a lot of people, the more famous somebody is, the less sympathy somebody has for the famous person, unless they're like a fucking, like, typically, you know, stan behavior or some shit. You know, so if they already didn't like the person's personality or otherwise, and then they get caught up in some shit, then everyone around that person and otherwise, it's just like free reign to just be like a fucking vitriolic person. So it's a really shit thing to have all of the people that Doc would have worked with and have been relatively close to, because many of these things would be perceived and known friendships with Doc, right? And not just business relationships, but friendships would have been perceived from the public and whatnot, and so if you're associated or you're near that, then there's going to be, like, this is why I said the other day, the court of public opinion is on social media these days is the fucking worst thing to happen in years. It's gone completely batshit. It's fucking bonkers. Like, and the problem is that it only takes, because there's so many different social media silos in which some of these things cross over between different silos, it only takes one time for a group's vitriolic, inhumane treatment of a situation and all parties involved, without knowing a goddamn thing personally about it, not having any evidence of anything anyway and just going for it. All it takes is for it to be right one time and they feel justified in doing it in perpetuity. Because they will always lean back on, well, we told you about X and now look at what's happening with Y. And it's just really shitty fucking logic and awful and terrible, and it's a mess, really, because it's fine, everyone, if you are a public person, everyone goes into being a public person with some understanding about the level of speculation and parasocial and everything else that comes with being some level of a public figure. People go into that for sure, but when it comes to stuff like this, like, nobody is ever gonna be prepared to navigate those waters, fucking ever. And the moment that any amount of legal anything enters the fray, one of the shittiest points is that all these people can be saying all these things about you with no basis in fact at all, And you might be able to actually quell some of it and then just not say anything because legally your hands are tied. By the way, I'm not saying this is what happened with Doc. I'm just saying that this is a thing that does happen. And in regards to the whole court of public opinion thing, and it's just a shitty thing because when that stuff happens, there's knock-on effects because people will go hunting not just the person that everyone wants to headhunt at the time, but also anyone that person's associated with, like, tends to inadvertently become part of the, of not the witch hunt, but part of, the equation, even though they had nothing to fucking do with it. They're just there, literally only by association, in an internet, like, online way, like, not even like a these people spend all their time together situation. It's crazy. The court of public opinion has gone out of goddamn control. It moved beyond people posting their general opinions about things, and it moved past that into like a weaponization of their opinions. And opinion is not fact. And so actually like waiting to find that stuff out is and for the small percent chance or the small percentage of times in which it does come out that it was a wrongful accusal, the problem with it is that it doesn't matter. The person's the salacious material of the person being labeled the thing and everyone thinking that they're the thing gains way more traction and way more reach, and the people seeing the false accusation or the false nature of the accusations coming out later, so many of them don't even see that. They just go on perpetuating or talking about it or thinking of what they saw before. It's just kind of how everything tends to fucking work online now. And so, and it's not like news places tend to clamor at the accusations being incorrect because they're part of the fucking problem, perpetuating the original information with no fucking facts of their own because they're just trying to get, clicks for views. And so, like, it's rare to even get more than like a 13th page fucking corner piece on something. So the damage is already done. And it's just a fucking mess. So in this instance with Doc, from a legal perspective, clearly nothing was found wrong. The problem is that, legality and morality are two very different things. Everyone is well aware of this. And so, you can lean on the legal side, but the moral side, you're gonna have to win people over with that. But before before people were going completely insane, or before everyone, not went insane, they already went insane. Before people had the information directly from Doc's mouth or actual documentation of any kind, all it took was 4 of some of the, like, least trustworthy or reliable sources of information imaginable spread out over periods of time, with each one of them only mentioning hearsay. Like, and that was it. And that was all that was required for everything to implode on itself. Right? I don't know. I think the whole thing is a shitty situation. It seems at this moment clear that Doc was aware of this person's age, and if that's the case, and that is what makes this 2 very different situations. If that is the case, then that's just fucking shitty, and he's Doc might actually be too big to completely go away. There will be a lot of people that will continue to largely support the guy. He's just that size now, but he's gonna lose a lot from this, and perhaps most specifically, it may be very difficult for him to pursue any amount of sponsorship of any kind, corporate, anything, moving forward. And at the very least, it would take a long time in between before we do it. Rubbing his hands, knowing he's got an hour plus content for the next podcast. I don't even think Jeff and I will talk about it on the podcast, really. I don't think there's anything positive to come out of that conversation, Jeff and I talking about it. There's too much room for that conversation to get real fucking, stupid in a way that, like, as far as I'm concerned, there are still legal actions waiting to happen here because of how this information came out and how people have been talking about the parties involved. I wouldn't feel comfortable running the podcast, ironically on Twitch, and speaking so, myself or Jeff speaking so definitively or even loosely about it in that context. While this is still an ongoing situation. Why did I come back down here? Oh, still no map. Actually, I was already going the right way to get out of here, wasn't I? Hardest boss in the game, finding this map. I think we're in the right direction, though. Man, bear, pig. Wait, this might not actually be the right way to go for it. Wait, what? Is this just a dead end here? Is this just here for this one catacomb? Oh, holy shit. Really? What the fuck? Oh, leave that door open now that you're done, because it is getting hot in here. I said leave the door open now that you're done, because it's getting friggin' toasty in here. Start sweating to death.
Was that earlier?
What were the sounds I was hearing upstairs then? Oh, that must be. Is it you dragging? Oh, I'm hearing you spin the mop. Okay. Well, I mean, really, there's only so many. Hmm. Frame rate in the zone, man, is just spectacular. It's just dust, look. Just a little dust. Oh, that's who shot me with that arrow. Okay. So there's like a whole ass area over there somewhere too that I haven't, Huh. Yeah, he'll fire an arrow over here. Typically. You're out in the open. Asshole. Um... God, the frame rate here is just incredible. Bro, Miyazaki hid this shit like he was hiding his social security number. I got lost here a bunch. I've already cleared this area out. I just don't know how to get the fucking map. Like, I'm already done this whole zone. I mean, well, there's some areas I haven't, like, actually been to yet in the zone. That I haven't figured out either. Like, I haven't figured out how to get into certain areas of the zone yet. Which it probably would be, you know, prerequisite to get to the map in the first place. I feel like I'm gonna spend half of my time today just fucking looking for it. Which, I mean, if we're being honest, is a little fucking stupid. Oh my god. I don't even want to listen to you guys flapping your fucking wings around here. And then just like award for most annoying enemy goes to. So there's nothing else here. That's me when I leave my windows open all summer and accidentally leave our compost bin a micrometer open. Oh, game over. Bro, I've been fighting the fucking fly maggots in hours this week. There's just like 700 fucking flies. The real secret is you take a like a spray bottle with 50% water, 50% Javex or like bleach, and then you just like once a week you just soak the whole thing in it, and those flies will not be long for this world. With cinnamon works too? Sounds like an expensive option. But big if true. This is insane. So, like, it doesn't look like there's anywhere in here to get there. It doesn't look like you can get there from below the castle side. It doesn't look like you can get there. Like, I was gonna say this guy was probably shooting fire at me from Mars. Let's just... It's gotta be like a fucking cave or a big ass thing or something, but like, this is how you could feasibly get down. But I still think this zone is above this zone. And I still don't know how to get it over to here. Unless by way of like an elevator from a cave structure. Hey, Esperion 120, dear God. Oh my, 10 years! Welcome back, Esperion. Thank you so much, brother. I greatly appreciate that. You've been around that long. I'm sure we're common law married now. Bad news. I don't have anything that you can take from me. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Alright, fuck it, we're hand bananaing it. I don't want to waste my whole fucking, like, night that I've got time for looking in circles for Miyazaki's fucking hidden cock hair. So, who's got the hand banana on getting to that map? Just wasting all of our time sitting here trying to find it normally. Miyazaki done lost his goddamn mind and been running around this map. North, south, east, and west, not finding a thing. And I've been pretty thorough in every zone, too. It's gotta be a cave system or an elevator or a combination of the two, because it's so far down. to the right. These ruins? Oh, wait a minute. Is this the fucking ruins where there's a giant hole in the fucking ground that I just, like, ran past in, like, the early game? Yeah, there's a, there's like a pit here. Yeah. But there must be an elevator or something? Because that's too far down otherwise. Yeah, I remember looking around here for a time. Here we go. Trying to figure out how to get down there. Yeah, they definitely hit a lot of paths in this. I mean, Miyazaki did say that he wanted this to, you know, for this DLC to be challenging enough in various ways that it would make Dark Souls or veterans of the series, you know, feel like they were playing it for the first time again. Which is a gamble, of course, because if that's the case for veterans, imagine what it's like for anyone newer coming in. Okay. Progress. Yeah, that was a good thing that you guys reminded me of that. I had forgotten that I had left that friggin' hole in the ground behind. I had been there, like, towards the beginning of our time in the DLC. I had forgotten that that hole in the ground was there and I had left it behind. I didn't want to fuck with that area at the time because I was just passing through. Alright, Bacon, have a good one, buddy. I appreciate you stopping by. Have a good time at work. At least the most you can. Somehow I feel like this is still not even the right place to be. We're literally on Mars. That tuxedo cake went through me. The sugar rush is over and now the crash is here. I'm falling asleep in my chair. You always explore the hole. Typically I would. There was definitely a reason for it at the time. Oh, what the fuck? You sharpen your sword, I'll ring my bell, and we'll see what happens. Well, that was unnecessary to summon Frank, but... You know, Frank needs to stretch his legs once in a while and just beat up a bunch of scrubs. You know? Go get him, Frank. Good work. For the points of that rune, you go north to the second lake, and then northwest. This is another zone, coincidentally, I've been trying to partially get to. There's poison over there. And then I'm assuming there's a cave entrance right here. And then you come out the butthole over here. Or some shit. Oh, that's okay. This ended up leading us to a place we hadn't been anyway, so... It all worked out. Oh yeah, Frank takes no prisoners. Alright, DJ. Hey, be careful. Don't eat too many of those quarter-pound fucking hot dogs, man. I found out they got 1,000 calories today before I ate one. Too late? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Draco, looking up DJ just before he heads out for work. Thank you, Draco. Welcome back, DJ. Taking Joey Chestnut's spot. No, not quite. Get as many as I can before they get more expensive. I thought they already made that change. Oh, this little bastard. Clap, clap. Yeah, Twitch really coming for the wallets. They reduced the Bezos bucks down to like 50-50 flat rate. And so many people obviously had switched to Bezos bucks for many of their subscriptions that a lot of channels took a yet another like 20% dip on a number of subscriptions. Twitch really eviscerated like 90+% of their partners, not their money, but 90% of the partners, their money earned on the platform over the course of like the last like 7 or 8 years. They really eviscerated the fuck out of it. I mean, like we're talking 60, probably in real terms, probably like 60%. Shit's crazy. Like with all the various changes and things that they've made over the years. Yeah, and Twitch still isn't profitable, yeah, pretty much. Well, a lot of it is that their problem is going to be constantly finding ways to attract more people to the platform and not just push all the money on the platform up to a handful of people. In order to do that, creators need to be able to feel like they can truly do their thing and be creative on the platform. And be able to justify the investment of time, which gets, you know, progressively more and more difficult as the platform, you know, gets bigger and more people are streaming and whatnot. And then Twitch just really has certainly made it more difficult. I think a lot of people just feel disincentivized to invest their time into Twitch now as content creators. Like they'll keep doing it. Not to say they're gonna stop, but it's not the same. People I don't think have the same general enthusiasm. I think that was stripped of the platform quite some time ago. Like YouTube ooh, whip. As difficult as it has become to gain traction on YouTube, YouTube still feels like the platform that rewards the broadest amount of creativity. And it feels like, because the time commitment on YouTube is not the same as it is on Twitch, it also feels more viable for the average creator, I think. You can be a person that makes one video a week, right? Or even 2 videos a week, and do that. And then at some point you can get to a point where you can just make 1 video a month and do well. Twitch, if you aren't like on 24/7 and it's a lot of it's gotten to the point where you're chasing the dragon, right? Like, you've got to be the level of energy presented has to be so high all the time. Everyone else is just really entrenched in their individual communities. It's crazy out there to try to like pick it back up. Like, this channel is always a really great example of that, because I'll go through. You can use me as a case example. I've gone through many periods where I've had to stream far less over differing amounts of time, and you can see the general change in viewership numbers on the channel from that, because I've been more or less doing the same types of content the whole way through, right? That hasn't really changed, so people that were here for certain types of content were always getting that content, but it was the time in between where I wasn't able to just be on every day for 12 hours a day, and the moment that stopped being a thing, you know, you just get your numbers just get completely picked apart. Whereas on YouTube, you are afforded, you know, a much greater range of time and still able to build a community. Like on YouTube, there are many forms of content that you can sit down and you can pre-do videos ahead of time and then schedule them for release to the point where you have content for like 2 or 3 weeks ahead of you, and release it, and it will be fine, and your community is there and along for the ride. But in a live environment where it's so much more, the habit forming periods of time are so much tighter, that the moment, you know, the moment that you're not there front of mind, you're gone. And so you couple that with the changes in Twitch policy and the platform itself, and it's made it a very, you know, you can understand how that has inadvertently pushed all of the platform's strength into only a handful at the very top in pretty short order. Whipping hut? What the fuck? Let me see. I wanted to take a look at this though. Oh, lovely. With rotting, misshapen teeth, filthy and seething with disease, the teeth are embedded in the whip and dose the victim with deadly poison upon each strike. As the wounds ripen, they grow inflamed and ooze pus. Wonderful. The flesh of shamans was said to meld harmoniously with others. Why? Unique skill, painful strike. I mean, I want to say that the weapons I'm using right now, that's not even a unique skill. That's their standard skill. A chastening whip strike honed to maximize pain temporarily reduces the rate at which stamina recovers. Thus, does the pain encourage obedience. Oh, we're into the whips and chains, eh? Amazing. Oh wow, this also restores health. Perform a stroking action. Raises the potency of kicking and stomping skills. Okay. Oh, we're down here now. Oh, shit. Oh, this is great. This is an area that I was looking to go to today. The nay-nays are all you know. Soon the nay-nays take you, under their spell. Oh, boy. Okay, yeah. Steven? Stay with me, Steven. Oh dear. I didn't mean to do that. Shit. How do you beat this fucker? A lot of fire resistance and beating him around the ankles, and then there's also throwing various fire bombs at them, but throwing shit in this game is a meme. What was that sound? Wait, where the fuck did it put my... It didn't put up... Steve, I need you to jump up, buddy. Steve. Before we die here. If only I had some re-wassid, it'd be fast enough to keep up with. Yeah, you gotta get that re-wassid going. Alright, let's get these spent up. Of course, I'd be 600 shy. Why wouldn't I be? So we were working on. Oh, we got everything going. We were deciding if we were gonna dump into anything else. I mean, the only other thing to do is just if we're not changing weapons, the thing to do would be to keep putting points into strength. The only other option here would be like you'd put points into mind to be able to use more skills, but we don't really use skills frequently enough for that to matter. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna keep dumping it into strength now. I think that's where we're at. What? Oh, we have to... There's a pile of rocks around here somewhere. This is not my, like, favorite mechanic that they devised. You know, go find inconspicuous tiny pile of rock. Oh. A magician's tower. I wonder if anyone's home. Gonna force you to go up. Oh boy. Alright. Time to go looking for this pile of rocks. Time to go help a gaggle of mentally challenged adults kill Kethric Thorm. Good luck not getting double-digit gravity deaths today. I'll do my best. Godspeed. Good luck. And have fun. Where did they stick this pile of rock? These fruit cups. Big, wonderful church thing, yes, but where did they put the pile of rocks? I need to know. Come on, game. The first one we actually found before we found the jump point. But, this is now the second platform that we found that, I haven't been able to tie down the location for. Oh, this is where you offer a, remembrance. Interesting. Good work. Good work. Good lord. I'm a pincushion. Nailed it. Good God. Calm down, Doc Ock. The 1 HP dream is so strong. Why would I ever choose that? In that circumstance. Oh, hold on, guys. I gotta take this call. Sit tight. Hello? Good, how you doing? Yes, yeah. We figured that there was a break. Alright! I'm back. Oh, good lord. It's freaking nighttime now. It's a miracle I didn't get killed out here. Cathedral of Manus. Oh god, that name. Not a name that I wanted to see again. A new image? Okay. Alright. Hot off the presses. Korean guy trying to message me on Discord instead of in-stream chat. You gotta pick 3 chain/franchise stores to start a strip mall in the suburbs. What 3 are an absolute must-have? In the suburbs? I mean, it's HomeSense, Winners, Starbucks. Congratulations. You are now a billionaire. Oh, it's a meme. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's a terrible meme. Oh my lord. I didn't think you would see it in PubGen. I probably wouldn't have, not for quite some time. Alright, here we go. What fun do we have in here? No, it's not a boss. We don't fight in here. We're gonna have a lovely conversation. You're a lot smaller than I remember.
Well, we don't often receive visitors. I am Emir. Welcome to Manus Meta. It is a pleasure to have you. In lands so forsaken as these, chance encounters are precious indeed. Seeing that we have convened here on this day, allow me to mark the occasion with a modest offering.
Oh. 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 This changes things. This might have been what we were missing.
The map I gave you charts the site of a hallowed ruin.
That's
It
the
is said that
handbell.
after sounding the hanging bell there,
Yeah.
one's fate will be guided by the stars. I only wish to be of service, to help those who fight for their purpose. I'm not mistaken, am I? I can see it in your eyes. You are a fighter, are you not?
How can you tell?
Is something the matter? I've given you a map to the hallowed ruin. Oh, I suppose you expect a lesson of me, do you? I know the feeling. Those with purpose are nothing if not ravenous. For power. For truth.
Ah, he can in fact teach sorcery. Oh shit, one that we actually have the intelligence for. Conceal self in glintstone haze. It's pocket sand. Sounds fun.
I, too, am a glintstone sorcerer. We study the stars and examine the life therein. Are you familiar with our findings? Long ago, we began as stardust, born of a great rupture far across the skies. We, too, are children of the greater will. Is that not divine? Is that not sublime? And yet, none can fathom its implications. Its utter brilliance. Oh yes, do mind your feet around the church. You wouldn't want to hurt the little boy.
What?
Is something the matter to squeeze it?
You can't just say something like that and not expect me to go looking. Like what? Who are you?
I've no interest in small talk. My only concerns are the concerns of Count Ymir, and you are not among them.
If I accidentally run over this small child, can I fight you for your armor and weapon?
Only, there is one thing I will say. Count Ymir's kindness is a gift. Should you cross him, you will sorely regret it.
So what you're saying is that's a yes.
Be gone. There is nothing more to say. Be gone. There is nothing more.
Yeah, the sword looks neat. The armor looks neat. Where's a small child when you need to punt one? Woo! Excuse me. Thank you. How's your run going, B-Man? Or B-Man? Big Man. Well. Can't find a weapon to stick with? I know that struggle, bro. Until I found the one that I'm wielding now, and then subsequently the second one later on. I was really at a loss for what I wanted to really stick to. The good news is that, you know, at least from a character perspective, you have lots of opportunities and stuff to... Good God. 1,000 fucking arrows. There's lots of opportunities to reset your character and, you know, go down a different path. The mats, until you really hit, like, the upper tiers... Hellraiser out here. Until you really hit the upper tiers, the mats are not something to worry too much about because you can farm them if you really need to, or buy them if you get like the bell bearings and whatnot for the sisters at the round table. So until you're getting like particularly high up, wasting is not something that you need to worry too much about. I mean, you'll usually be able to tell what weapons, to some degree, are going to be worth investing your materials in up front. You know, the game does a pretty decent job of making it obvious much of the time, but yeah, you don't need to be super concerned about it. This is the other side of the church. Yes? No. That's her. This is just a different entry. Yeah, the thing is, because of Ashes of War and stuff, there are very few weapons I can think of that would be, like, the reason why you would be struggling super hard against bosses and stuff in the base game. So if your concern is, you know, if I overspend on mats or some shit, then I might get myself into a bind with bosses. I wouldn't worry too much about that. Who is this child he speaks of? I wonder. No, there's multiple. Really? Ah. Interesting. That's the grave. So is the kid a friggin' spoopy? I wonder. I mean, you can't even attack in here, so I don't know what you would ever do to raise the ire of the lady. Okay. Anyway. I have some ideas. I know what you're going through though, B man. Like I really, and it happens to me in every Dark Souls game I play. I oftentimes have a hard time, committing to a weapon because you always feel like, you know, what is it that I may find? You know, you always get the idea that there's something else around the corner. But I think what Kalutsi was saying is really accurate, where you'll know when you're vibing with a weapon. And if that's the case, then just upgrade it a bit. Keep it going. If you get a little further, you're not finding anything else, upgrade it a little more. And kind of go at it that way. And you know, if it's a weapon that's under a weapon type, odds are there's more, so yeah, this is where I thought I could come out the other side of the keep, but I don't think you can. Dope. Let's go. Finally here. Yeah, then at least, like, if you find another weapon in that category, you'll be able to use it. And be good with it right away. Crab eggs. Really? Okay. Don't mind me, boys. This is the platforming section of Elden Ring. Dick move, bro. Oh. Oh. What? What? Oh! Just casual fucking Godzilla. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Where do I want to try to go from here? Where can I go from here? Feasibly. That's too long of a jump. And I'm pretty sure that this is all deep water that I cannot tread. Uh-oh. Way! If this bad boy is gonna need ranged, we might be in trouble. This fucker's gonna pop out the friggin' water at some point and scare the absolute shit out of us. But why? Oh, just to jump down from up top there? So, okay. We're gonna make some bad life choices. Not what I wanted to do. It's all part of the experience, TX. Everything is part of the difficulty slider, you know? Nothing to be added. Everything has to be a pain in the ass. Fuck. I clipped off the side. Gravity 8, Atom 0. Is what Drekka would do if I was here. Or if he was here, if I was here. Have you ever seen Drekka and I in the same room at the same time? There must be a way to drain the water. And then you fight this guy below. That's my assumption here. Does Em have her headphones on and is not hearing the friggin'... What? Fox, you're a bitch. What are we doing now? Oh, the, auto mod. Yeah. I should probably, shorten that list considerably. It's an old list. But yeah, this place looks like it's some Legend of Zelda shit where you gotta lower the water before you can do something here. However, there didn't seem to be anywhere to actually lower the water. Mark. Oh, Nick with the good response. The waterbed save. True and factual. It just doesn't seem to be... Like, the million-dollar question, of course, is the mechanism to lower the water down here? Or is it in the main castle somewhere that we haven't managed to find yet? That lowers the water, and then you come back here. That's probably the more likely scenario. Watching your VODs, just finished watching you kill Bale a bit ago. Holy shit, epic fight. Hell yeah, brother. I have a question about mechanics, specifically Ash abilities. I haven't seen you use your Ash ability once in like 15 hours of watch. Truth be told, I forget I have it a lot, because predominantly this build does the most damage just by not just hitting your shots. Like, that's what's on my right-hand weapon. You will see me use it occasionally against some bosses. Or enemies. But it's not that frequent. It can be challenging to hit fully to get the most out of it. It does apply, you know, it does okay damage, and then it does, you know, it applies more frost buildup. But yeah, I got out of the habit of using it because I just discovered that in most instances, I'm better off just hitting the fuckers. In the time that I have. Usually what I'll do is, if I think that I can use it, I will use it really early in the fight. I also got into the habit of spamming it because I just don't have that much, I don't have that much FP to work with. Cookbook or something? Blessed Bone Shard. So the big question marks right now are, where is that rock pile so that I can get up on top of the church? And then where is whatever mechanism it is to lower the water in that area? Also, we have the thing that will probably allow us to actually properly interact with that bell in the Land of Hands. Wait a minute. They've reused this castle thing. This is the same model they used for the invisible walkway. No shit. If it was the same, then there's like... The fuck, that beard? Where did they stick this friggin' rock? Playing hide and go seek with this thing. Fuck that one in particular. I can't tell if you're about to drop a meme right now or not, Dapred. So I will simply allow you to continue that line of thought. Go on. Oh, that! Yes, I have heard about that. Which is funny, because we had the non-Olympic version of that here in Halifax years ago when our Mayor Peter Kelly decided that he was going to take a swim in the Northwest Arm to prove that it was cleaned up after they put in a supposedly new and improved filtration and cleaning system. That didn't work out well. He ended up becoming quite ill. I have no idea where they put this fucking stack of rocks. I mean, it really shouldn't be this far away, because the stack of rocks is for that tower, isn't it? Death 400 on one boss? Jesus. Is it the last boss? We haven't fought the last boss yet, but... like, we're looking for this actual pile of rock somewhere. And it's usually within a certain radius. Jesus. Last boss that hard, eh? Of course, he's probably doing it without summons, which will make it harder. Where the fuck did they put this thing? I thought for sure they were hiding it in here. But they're not. TX, do you have any idea where they hid this pile of fucking rocks to unlock the jump point here for Steve? I've been looking around the area for like a fucking eternity. Yeah, I don't blame you for skipping them. They're tiny. The first one I found like made sense. You know, it was in like it was hidden, but it wasn't like, you know, crazy hidden or anything. Yeah, the first one I found was accidental. But it was in a spot that, like, if I was looking for it, I'd be like, okay, that's a sensible possibility. The invisible turtles, I know, right? Oh my god. Yeah, B-Man's also gonna be, or I think he has run into at least one of those. Like this. This would be a good spot to have it, right? Like down here, kind of out of the way, whatever the fuck. But it's not here. Now, I guess I don't really have a sense for how far afield they're willing to actually put this thing in relation to the jump point. Penguin height. Flying penguin height, in fact. Like, I just can't imagine them putting this fucking rock way down here. So far away. Yeah, that was actually kind of a sick drop there. That's true. Near the castle, so not near the tower, but near the castle way the fuck over there? Oh, the tower itself. Okay. Well, I mean, that's what I would have assumed. That makes sense. Like, you don't need to put it a million miles away. It wasn't inside the tower, was it? Fucker, I knew they were hiding it behind an invisible wall. That's why I was going around the place like hitting walls and shit. Ludwig pulling out the receipts on dock? Oh god, really? Okay. Wait, where was that supposed to send me? I was reading chat. Shoot me a DM there, Fox. What exactly is this even supposed to be doing for me? Like, what is this, Luigi's Mansion? There's definitely another invisible wall up here to help us get to where the elevator won't. Perfect. Nailed it. Where the fuck did they put my... Really? Okay. Oh, thanks, Fox. Bro, where is this, like, jump trying to actually take you? What? Like... We've got to be trying to go up there on the tower. Yeah. Oh shit! Now we're the cannon. Amazing. What a perfect weapon to have right outside of a place where there's an enemy underneath water. I still think you have to, like, we'll lower the water level. I cast gun, prepare to meet God. Oh, fancy TX. Alright, buddy. Have a good one. I know that feel. How they use shotguns in movies.
Up there, Buster. Oh, hey. Help the notice you trespass.
Yep.
Land. Sorry, I was thinking. You know, this is private property. That's a good step, son. I can just get off. I'm sorry, I didn't know that. Lottie Amber, when it comes to you speaking final words, you don't need to branch that much. Not gonna hurt you. No, I feel like not a woman one. Slap on her head. Jack a lot of shells. Yup. Have you just say to me? Like all the shells, little shit. Already got seemed like 36 shells. Don't need them. Got me left there. Alright. Add it up to here. Jeez, take this. I can just be not even shooting at you now. Does anything feel good? Like zero big
Holding it like that. Alakablam. What the fuck? Oh no, even Jeff Gerstmann's talking about Doc. The title of the podcast today. Dr. Disrespect strikes a chord. Man, fucking... What? That's the crossover I did not ever expect to see. Jeff Gerstmann talking about live streamer drama. I'm gonna have to listen to that. Oh shit, Riven I think is officially available. They, the Rand Miller and Richard Vandervan have just posted a joint comment. Imagine that after Cyan published Riven in 1997, a handful of the original production team had been teleported more than 2 decades into the future, only to discover that 99% of their original art assets had not survived the journey, leaving them with no choice but to remake the entire game from scratch with a whole new minuscule crew. A few years ago, that's essentially where we found ourselves. We had been so proud of the original game, but this time we would not be able to flesh it all out in full and fluid, or we would be able to flesh it all out in full and fluid 3D, and the years it would take to produce would give us additional time to enrich and refine the narrative, which in turn would necessitate certain changes to the world. The essence of the game would remain the same, while the revisions would reflect a more nuanced and comprehensive understanding of the age and the events that had transpired there. This is not the same old Riven, but we hope you're as surprised and intrigued by this new one as we were. Oh, so they changed up a bunch of shit too. Oh, God, I don't know how I feel about that. But you know what? I mean, if I was gonna trust a developer to, that they were making changes that they think would actually be additive because of restrictions back in the day, okay. It's probably Cyan. Yeah, we discovered a Jet Set Radio remake thing a while back, I thought. When I read that news, I felt like I was like, I already knew this. Maybe this was like the confirmation. Okay, I saw the Ludwig thing now. Fucking... oh boy. Oh my god, people are pulling up all sorts of fucking memes. Oh my god. Oh, so he pulled out the Vince Carter, I got one more in me meme. Dr. Disrespect when it comes to ruining his life. Fuck. That vacation's gonna want to be extra long. I feel like this is far from over, too. I feel like this is gonna be maybe a latent period of things, kind of, eventually, you know, the internet, what? The internet's, like, cycle is, like, 2 weeks. And then after he comes back, there's gonna be, like, another whole fucking upbringing, and then we get to see if he's gonna try to, like, retaliate with his own shit. Like, like the, you know, because, you know, when you get to a certain echelon, almost everyone else knows almost everything to some degree, right? So, is he gonna say, if I'm going down, I'm taking down X, Y, and Z with me? The leaked dev build of Jet Set Radio? What the fuck? Okay, hold on, I'm gonna want to look at that. I just have to be safe from the memes over here. No, they're coming over here. For fuck's sakes, dude. You couldn't just leave it be. That's entirely possible, Dadbread. If the well, I can say this much. I feel like it is highly unlikely that this game will let me fucking do anything without cramming a fucking random enemy up my ass. Look at this guy. Here, you want some too? I feel like it would be highly unlikely that they are not at least exploring. Okay. City looking fat. I think they're going in the right direction with the art style, if this is real, if it's real, of course. But I feel like they're going in the right direction. Ex-employee. Oh yeah, he's an ex-employee. I believe he is. I can't remember. His name was really familiar to me ahead of time. I can't remember if he was one of the employees that was released for some fuckery of their own. I know some Twitch employees that were long-standing got booted. I don't remember if he's one of them or not, to be honest. But just so that, like, you know, we're oh god, this fucking guy is the worst guy in the whole fucking map. Just so that we're abundantly clear, there is an incalculable number, as everyone knows and is well aware, like a nearly incalculable— wow, that tracks on the horse? An incalculable number of, okay, that didn't even hit me. of employees that are just assholes at Twitch. What the fuck, dude? So, faster than me on a horse, didn't even hit me on the roll, and then I get 100 zeroed by a single spell? Fucking X to doubt, bro. And it is a friggin' absolutely cancerous attack, too. Only like 2 of them have that ability on the entire map, and for good reason, because if you gave them any more, it would be ridiculous. And it's like Dark Souls 1 level of leashing too. Like he's leashing you from fucking Mars. Look. Bro, that attack is like the leash on it is nuts. That thing tracks you like a freaking heat-seeking missile at like 90-degree angles. That's madness. Honestly. That's not really how bells work. It's more like a horn, but, okay. Nothing else? Crazy sus. Crimson color talisman partner are patterned after an Erdtree seed. Greatly boosts HP restoration from the flask of Crimson Tears. Oh, okay. The Erdtree seed of this talisman was presumed to be an object of myth. This age-old artifact also depicts the 2 fingers. Yes, you can see that. Perhaps harkening back to the birth of the Erdtree. Okay. Bots! Oh boy. The bots are out. So here's the other thing though. There are 2 of these zones. We haven't been up to that one yet. I don't even know if we've found a way to get up there, truth be told. Like, you've got a bridge there. It could be that you get there after you lower the water in this zone or something. And then you can walk out through like a gate, like a door that gates open here. That seems possible. And then, again out of the back of this fucking thing, there's 2 more zones. There's this little pocket of something, and then there's whatever the fuck this is. All of which seemingly stemming from the back of this castle. Now, mind you, this one up here could be from... like, that could be an elevator that brings you from, like, in here somewhere. Well, no, that wouldn't be it, because that's not... that's... cliff. Huh. Interesting. How do I want to even begin to... Okay, I need a hand banana on this fucking map piece. We talked about it before. We were saying it was like northwest of the second, or like northwest? So it was like this thing here, and then northwest of it. Is it part of these 2 structures here? And like, you're going down somehow, and then like a fucking... Drekka's not here. Drekka is, playing BG3 or something. Okay, so... get over here. You wanna fight? You wanna fight? We're gonna go up and around. You want some fuck? Man, I feel like we need a new multiplayer game to get the meme team together and play some shit, but there hasn't really been anything, and fuck me if I'm gonna start playing Call of Duty or some shit. We need some fresh meat. Destiny 2 is only for you. Nobody else is playing Destiny 2. One of Brian's friends just randomly friend requested me on Facebook. Wait, what? Who? DM me or something, the name. Alright, so the Triangle Lake is... Where the fuck? There's nowhere to go down here. Like, there's the fucking way through. Oh no, you know what? That's what that is, isn't it? Hold on. Yeah, that's definitely the way through, so it's gotta be underneath. Only Brown listed mutually may not know who this person is. Okay. Well, yeah, I know, I might still know them and just not have had them. I haven't been active on Facebook in a fucking goddamn eternity. I used it like twice in the last 7 years. Okay, it'll just be faster if I go back down here. Oh! Yeah, I know who that is. That's funny. Why? Why would... That's so weird. No, it's... I mean, it would be odd, but maybe? I don't feel like that would be a hacked account. The odds would not be huge, but... Oh, here we go. Perfumers, of course, 'cause it's poison up ahead. Yeah, I know. That's well. I mean, that's what I mean. Like we're high and dry out here. True, we should do Memopoly at some point. That's true. It has been a long time. We stopped doing this frequently because Shady just did not ever want to play Memopoly, which is understandable. I avoided Helldivers just because I want to say it was like the anti-cheat for a while. Maybe I'm conflating it with something else. But by the time, but also part of it was, by the time, see, you know what my first inclination was? This is gonna be fucking brutal. Like, full disclosure, everyone knows this already anyway. I was a huge fan of Dr. Disrespect from, like, an entertainer perspective. Like, he did some weird wackadoodle fucking shit, but, like, as an entertainer, he was literally peak. Anyone who tells you Dr. Disrespect wasn't more or less peak from an entertainment perspective in this business is just being disingenuous. But, my first inclination is, when that name comes up, is to go like, Raoul! That's the first thing that comes to mind. I'm just sitting here trying not to friggin' randomly pop off, you know, decade-old Dr. Disrespect memes. HD2 does have root access. Okay, yeah, that was definitely part of it for sure. And I know at some point too, part of it was I didn't want to, not that I didn't want to, the game had been around long enough and progressed to the point where everyone was just min-maxing the fuck, and it had gotten into like past the honeymoon phase and into the sweat phase. You know what I mean? Alright, finally. Perhaps get the map to this damn area. If you play with friends at mid-tier difficulty, everything is viable. I looked up for a second. Who just shot me? Oh! There are giants here! You don't say! Well, that was point blank. I'm sorry, Steven. Oh, good God, he came over. Listen here, dickhead. Holy shit, this guy's got way more health than the other guy. Some hepatitis maces to the knee. Yeah. Fuck this ankle right here in particular. Going after it. Taking out that Achilles. Before we get diverted, let's make sure. There it is, finally. Oh my God. This was, I guess, the intended route for you to get to this area of the fucking game. Maybe. Oh no, because the other area is above. This is all below. I did. Yep. Oh, my last crescendo! Oh, that's what I always tell him. I have a random question. I coach several esports teams for the middle school I work at. I'm sorry, there are esports teams in middle school now? I want to teach kids to shoutcast our games on our stream. Do you know of any resources to teach them how to shoutcast effectively, or do you have any general advice? I mean, I can give you advice for, you know, if they're... Like, let's look at it this way. Okay, so let me break this down the best that I can, because you have to keep in mind, you know, Jeff and I are a different product than, let's say, you know, professional esports casters, but our dynamic is still the same. It's just our delivery is different for our audience. So... Just like with... Bro, I am trying to be useful to society. Could you just not? So, the dynamic of esports commentary is more or less the same. Like, the best duos in any regular sport announcement desk, it applies to esports as well. So the best combo that you can have, ideally, is you're going to have a straight man and a color commentator. Color commentator does not need to necessarily spend a huge amount of time talking about the ins and outs of, you know, the X's and O's, the finer details. The color commentator is there, play-by-play and color yeah. So you know, they're there as they're there as basically the play-by-play, or no, the color commentator's like there to just be like, oh, not comedic relief. It's comedic relief for Jeff and I. But for like a normal broadcast, it would be, the color commentator is doing commentary in a way that somebody that doesn't know very much about whatever it is that they're watching can still follow along and be entertained. This is how I interpret it, by the way. So if in reality it's interpreted differently, then you know, you can choose to ignore me if you want. The way that I see it is that the color commentator is the person that is there to fill the role of keeping those engaged that do not necessarily know what they're watching inside and out, to a great degree, or maybe they do, but they don't give a shit about hearing somebody break everything down so granular, in such a granular nature. The straight man in the duo is the one that is going to spend more time talking about the actual mechanical things of what's happening at any given time. But typically that happens during lulls, where you have an opportunity. So the color commentator, play-by-play guy is like in the action where there is not enough time to be giving such immense detail and mechanical analysis. And so when there is a lull in the action, the straight man or whatever you want to call him, that's their opportunity to come in, and whatever has happened since the last lull in action can then give that analysis piece to inform the viewer. And that's how that dynamic works. So you've got one person in the action, just the more of an entertainer kind of a perspective, the short, the sweet, the literally just, you'd almost look at it like, if somebody couldn't see what was happening on screen, and you had to reduce it down to its most basic parts that would still keep it exciting, what could I say here to describe it to somebody that couldn't see it? And then the other person is, when there is a lull in the action, what just happened? Let's describe what just happened in more detail and why it was significant, and perhaps let's theorize as to what the outcome of that last set of actions could mean for both sides moving forward. And then the switch happens again. And then the third piece I will say, alert, Foxy got a critical hit short in his random shorts scrolling alert. Oh, well, thank God. The algorithm is helping us, almost, sort of. The third piece that I would say is that there will be times... Cyberpunk 2.0, really? There will be times where, play-by-play is done, or like the play-by-play is done, the color commentator has done their thing, and there's still not the next round of action happening. There are esports in which this special pocket happens. Those points are where the both of them now need to interact more with one another, and kind of the way that Jeff and I have always done it, if it's not for jokes, is we like pitch and catch, question answer while that's happening. We either it's theory, either it's talking about an individual's performance during a series, things of that nature, picking out factoids, whatnot that you can fill, and it's both people getting involved and going back and forth, so it's not just one person doing the dead air fill. The absolute hardest thing to do in any environment in which you are supposed to be filling dead air, that is the hardest thing to do, or just keeping people entertained. It's filling dead air. So if you're an MC at a wedding, or you are up on stage at an event in which you're in between matches and you are presenting awards, but then you're waiting for the in-between, you have to like hold the mic and actually keep people engaged. Those are the hard moments. Everything else is kind of easy because it's already given to you, right? You're commenting on what's happening immediately. The other guy is commenting on the mechanics of what just happened and what will perhaps happen in the future after seeing that. The harder thing is to fill the gap where you're not being fed stuff immediately, and you have to just keep going. So, when possible, a good thing to say would be, let's say you were in a series with two teams, best of 7 or whatever, and both sides have star players or what have you. Maybe somebody is doing better than they normally would. Maybe somebody is particularly dominating in this series up to this point. Things that you have a sheet. Almost, if you want to almost have a cheat sheet if they don't have it already in their head. A lot of people who are in the esports scene will have been watching and whatnot and analyzing so much that they just have it committed to memory. But otherwise, it's good to have a cheat sheet of things to go to when there's nothing left to say, so that you can actually keep the ball moving. That would be like the 3 pieces to any set. Depending on the game that you're commenting on, that third piece will be more or less likely and more or less time-consuming or lengthy. Other than that, my best suggestion for anyone that's looking to start doing commentary or anything that involves speaking at all is a couple of things. I suppose I have a couple of suggestions when possible. Always listen to yourself after you've done something. If it's live streamed or recorded or whatever, when possible, after you've done something, go back and listen to yourself. It's really hard to do. Most people hate listening to themselves, but it is by far the best way for you to see what you're like when your brain isn't able to just constantly know exactly what to do, so that you can see where you can improve. That is easily the best single piece of advice for improvement that I can think of. The next thing would be to find commentators that are similar in the style that they are hoping to be. So whether it's play-by-play or color commentary or what have you, analyst style or more of a light comedy style. Everyone's got a style of commentary, right? Over the top, things, whatever they, and then find somebody that's already actively in the space that's doing it professionally and just watch a ton of their stuff. How do they handle situations? What can you, when you watch them, is there a pattern that they tend to follow when they're doing commentary? And then you can start to model yourself after that archetype of commentator. The last thing that I would say is that unless the situation calls for it, like if you are doing play-by-play and you have to speak really fast, slow the fuck down. Most people, when they are doing commentary and adrenaline is flowing and they're in the moment and whatnot, they aren't realizing how fast they're speaking. They are just fucking motoring. And so it's good to still remember that you don't have to be, if you don't have to be at the time, don't be just 700 words a minute. Slow it down. Be articulate, because one of the things that are can be quite important is that, or one way to look at it is, try to do commentary in a way in which if somebody isn't able to watch what's happening or watch you, they can still be able to keep up contextually because you're not speaking at 1 trillion miles an hour. M is watching something super loud upstairs. One sec. Oh, thank you, Mark. But I would say that's it. I think those would be like the main points. Some people are going to like to be analysts. Some people are going to like to be color commentators or like whatever, however they want to structure it. Play-by-play and color commentator. Some people will gravitate towards one more than the other. Listen to yourself whenever you can. Find somebody that has a casting style that you really like, that you think you're going to gravitate towards, and watch lots of their content and pay attention to how they handle themselves, and try to take notes on it so that you can adopt those practices yourself. And then only speak super fast when it's absolutely necessary. They don't need to talk. I know they're grade schoolers or junior high kids. You don't need to be like saying this necessarily this way, but you don't have to talk like you're on Quaaludes, but don't take don't think that you have to constantly talk like motor mouth and like crazy. And then, just kind of have fun with it too, I suppose, really. I mean, you gotta enjoy it, right? One of the fastest ways for people to fall out of interest with watching a match is if the commentary team doesn't seem to be invested in it. Right? The commentary team is an enormous amount of the energy that an audience feels when they're watching a match. This is especially true if they are not in a live arena and they're watching it, you know, on a computer or on a phone or something else. The commentary team is, you know, provides a lot of the excitement and energy, and gets people invested. So, you know, it's important to remember that that's the role that they play. They're not just there to kind of literally just explain what's happening. You know, be excited. Here's the last thing in relation to that. I could probably talk about this all day, but here's the last thing in relation to that. Yeah, they're like 12-year-old kids. Like, here's the thing though, and I'm sure you understand this too. You can talk to 12-year-old kids like they're adults, and it's surprising how much they'll take on. So you might have to change how some of these, I'm sure if you've taken notes, you'll change how to deliver this to the kids better, but they're, you know, kids today are fucking wicked smart. The, you know, one of the things to keep in mind too is you don't always want to be up here. Think of, you can use imagery for the kids, right? So, you could relay this to them like, think of every game as a roller coaster. There are high points and there are low points. And your commentary should follow that. If you always stay up here, people won't be able to appreciate the, you know, the excitement as much. If everything is exciting all the time, nothing is exciting at all. Because excitement means that something before it wasn't all that exciting to some degree. So, as you know, you could use the visual, it's a roller coaster, there are high points, there are low points. You wanna, as a commentator, you wanna ride those waves. You wanna meet it down here when it's on the low end, and then when things ramp up, get excited with it, and then when it's really popping off, you know, really get into it, and then when appropriate, come back down again. Right? You gotta think of it like a roller coaster. Because one of the first things that a lot of them will probably try to do, especially at that age, is they're going to be thinking about how they should just be like super excited and screaming into a mic the whole time. So that might be like a really salient point for them, is think of it like a roller coaster. Is the game being really exciting right now? Or maybe it's a, you know, maybe this is a time where we just come back down here and we're just talking normally. And maybe shit's popping off and oh my god! After so much time and preparation, they finally executed, and what a payoff. Right? And then, oh, now we gotta bring it back down here. You know, and things are back down here. We're not talking too excited. We're just giving you a normal, kind of just slightly elevated voice, nothing crazy. Giving you the analysis and what happened and what's likely to happen next. You know, you ride the wave, so to speak. Hopefully that was even remotely helpful. I'm sure as a teacher you're going to be able to convert that into something mildly useful. Hopefully. But hopefully that was helpful. You know what Jeff and I do, yeah, Mike Breen and Kevin Harlan, phenomenal. Peak commentary. You know, what Jeff and I do is different because of the audience that we cater to. But it's still all the same principles. Right? If Jeff and I are hyped the whole time, it's not as exciting. If we're being stupid all the time, then the stupid, silly points don't stand out as much. And when we do it now, we've been doing it for so long, we don't really think about it, right? We're just doing it. And, you know, when you're first starting out, you're going to be over-analyzing everything that you do, for better or worse. And eventually you'll fall into some habits, and you'll be doing it like, you know, it's like riding a bike. Well, let me know how it goes. I'm super interested. I had no idea that we had reached a point in which middle schoolers were both, you know, playing around with the idea of esport related stuff, let alone commentaries. So that's a very interesting thing to me. I mean, if I had the foresight of knowing that, I would have gone and got my teaching degree and then would have taught a bunch of kids how to do commentary. The future is now. School would never hire me though, because they'd look into it and be like, the kids can't find out you did this shit. You'd have to delete. They'd literally be like, you've got to delete everything. You can't. The kids can't know you said these things. We're gonna have to change your name. Nobody can know. The Mike Hunt episode. You know what's funny though is that there are some people in this chat right now, one of which is a mod that was almost that exact age when they started watching Lag TV. We have been ruining people in early adolescence for years. We have been undoing the hard work of parents for years now. What did you say about Saz in Final Fantasy 13? Esports in middle school years started during COVID. It's still in the growing phase. Kids commentating is only done at 1 or 2 other middle schools. I'm trying to make the esports program huge at our school. That's fire. I love it. Fantastic. That makes me feel old as hell, but also I absolutely 100% unequivocally love it. Here's a question. I've got my cousin is a teacher. He's at a middle school or high school now. I can't remember because he's hopped a couple times in the last couple years. Because he's new, so he was finding his permanent placement, which I'm sure you remember is a fucking nightmare. What's it like teaching middle school these days? What are we feeling about that in 2024, the year of our Lord? Not sure if you play Rocket League. I have played buckets of Rocket League and I am terrible at it. I think the highest I ever got was into like low diamond. Maybe not even that, maybe like high platinum. I couldn't get used to, I couldn't figure out mechanically how to get better at jumping off of walls to hit the ball. That was like the really big hurdle for me that kept me back. Hand Banana is a legend. I mean, so much so that Hand Banana is now its own spoiler tag meme here. I speak French. Oh, okay, yeah. If you're bilingual, it's much easier for sure. That's true. It's a smaller pool to draw from. Good for you though. That's dope. Man, our French program here was so dog shit. I couldn't like take French seriously if I tried. Only kids that did anything well with French was those who went whose parents put them in French immersion and they came out the other side. Like the standard French classes and stuff were just, oh my god. Let's learn about tropical fish! And I remember just going to class and then the teacher like bringing out tropical fish and shit and I was like, what? Okay. Why? Why? Why am I learning about the two topics were like tropical fish and pizza toppings. Like, who is this class for? Why are you being paid to do this, you poor woman? There are kids who are amazing. There are also kids who are a nightmare. Tale as old as time. Most seasoned teachers agree that the bar/expectations have dropped for kids significantly. Kids also tend to be more disrespectful. If we contact parents, we also find it's an apple tree. 100%. That's the same story I'm hearing from my cousin. What generation would have been teaching millennials? Because they weren't all boomers. The boomer teachers were not the participation trophy gang. None of my boomer teachers were that. In fact, they were the opposite. So who the fuck was the participation trophy? Because that fucked up a whole fucking generation that is now... That generation they fucked up is now raising kids and it has precipitated into bullshit. Mark! My first year of teaching was during COVID and it was one of the worst years of my life. Second year of teaching was amazing though. Dude, I can't imagine my first year of teaching being during COVID. I mean, that by itself... That was a wild time. I feel for the kids, I feel for the teachers, I feel for the administration trying to, like, circumnavigate that. That's an absolute nightmare. I don't know what's here, but I've killed 1,000 freaking shadow people. But yeah, it does. I've heard similar stories from my cousin who's saying, you know, the apple and the tree and, you know, kids being, perhaps more disrespectful on average. But the biggest problem seems to be curriculum. How much varied curriculum teachers are expected to do now because they've reduced special support staff. And how many students they're supposed to just push through even if they're failing. Like that, and it seems to be causing, as one would with a brain understand, that would cause compounding effects in any course that has... Which almost every course taught in grade schools is cumulative. So if you're basically failing in the one before and you get pushed through to the next, you're fucked. And then kids are going to get more and more discouraged and get worse and worse at school and be less and less invested in it. And eventually you're just creating a much bigger headache with a a much worse average student leaving into the real world. One parent calls the school yelling and swearing that we have to wear masks mandated by the government. Another parent complains that we aren't enforcing it enough. Oh yeah. Oh, just complete nightmare. Complete nightmare fuel. I was actually going to become a teacher for, that was actually one of my, you know, after I finished my business degree, and I did some, you know, some minor work out in the field, and I was like, man, I didn't mind studying it, but business is fucking stupid. I don't have the constitution for kissing somebody's ass who I'm better at, you know, at the job than they are, and I have to listen to them. I don't have the constitution for this shit. I'm gonna get fired. Thankfully, Like TV came along for quite some time. So I was like, oh, I'll do, you know, I was like, I've always, you know, a lot of people told me I should have been a teacher. Or I should be a teacher. I was like, oh, I don't know. So I thought about doing it again. I looked into it, and I was getting close. And then I saw all the changes coming down the pike. Right? Where the school boards, when they still existed, you know, it's different now, but like administrative level, people who barely have any teaching experience or any interest in actual education being the ones making a lot of the decisions. The union being more and more of a corporation for itself than actually fighting for teachers' rights beyond just the pay that they receive. How students were expected to be treated by teachers, what the relationships between students and teachers were expected to be, how much more restricted it was. The concept, one of the ones that really got me was, and I don't know if it's still the case, but it probably is, but there was like, you weren't allowed to do anything that displayed an outright winner. Like, all of it was all so off-putting to me, and I knew that I would not be able to shoulder it for long before I fucking snapped and then like bit some administrative's head off and then got fired. Or I would have just ignored them and did what should be done and got fired. I almost got fired when all this was first starting. This whole like change in the system. I was doing the summer camp programs, and it infected the summer camp programs. So we couldn't have things where kids were winning outright. Everyone had to be a winner. Yada 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 yada. All the other soft fucking bullshit that doesn't actually mean anything and does nothing but harm kids. And I ignored all of that. There was a program called like High Five and shit and all this other stuff, and I had to go through like classes and stuff ahead of it and of like the summer camps. I literally did none of it. Zero. Zilch. Nothing. I actively ignored and did almost the polar opposite of all of those programs. And you know what? They almost fired me, and then they found out that all the kids really liked having me and enjoyed the camps a lot, and there were no complainers even if they lost, because kids under me learned how to lose and not beat themselves up over it. You get sad, it's okay to feel sad, it's okay to lose. Not everyone's gonna win all the time, but you learn how to handle it. You take your lessons, you move on, you try again. Because that's what life is. Life is making plans, doing your best, working your hardest, and it's not going to always work out, and you have to be able to deal with that and move on. Otherwise, what happens is you get a lot of these parents who are now fucking idiots who think that everything needs to be handed to them and their children, and it makes them an insufferable, bordering on useless member of society because the whole time they were going through, they were in a situation in which everyone was winning all that. We don't even know what losing feels like. What does losing feel like? What does getting fired from your job? What does having a dispute with a coworker feel like? What is dealing with customers who have issues with your work specific? What does all of that feel like? What does it feel like if you do get reprimanded at your job or you get fired? How do you handle those situations? How do you do... And if all of the, you know, because early childhood education is gamifying everything because kids learn through games most of the time. Or they learn best because they learn through play. And so if you're mock doing things, and in the mock trials of what are going to be analogs for real life situations, they're just winning all the time, obviously they're going to be entitled shitheads by the time they hit fucking like late junior high when they're developing their most asshole fucking personality traits going into high school. Like, clearly that's what's gonna happen. The problem is you're speaking common sense about kids moving to the next grade without knowing the material. Unfortunately, common sense is much less common these days. It's true. It sounds tropey and you kind of almost feel yucky saying it because, like, you're like, my god, like, it can't... It's so tropey that you don't even think that it could possibly be true, but it is. It's nuts. It's nuts. And it's it's awful because it's a compounding fucking problem. So it gets worse the further up you go. And then you have to imagine these kids are going to grow up. They're going to get, many of them are still going to get jobs. It's not like they're all going to become like, a welfare state. They're going to get jobs and shit. They're going to have families, many of them. And then what the fuck are they going to instill in their kids? I have no idea what I'm doing here, if that's not evident. I've been talking and just autopiloting. But yeah, I mean, it can still how to beat someone with jumper cables. Yeah, it's really crazy. Like, the further back I go, the more, like, you can start to see, like, different pieces of this, and Crescendo, you're probably my age, roughly. We're in the same ballpark, I would imagine. You probably remember when, zero tolerance policies rolled through? You're 30? Okay, so I've got 5 years on you. But you're still old enough that you might have been still in school when they rolled zero tolerance policies out. Maybe not. In 5 years? Maybe not. You'd be close. Real close. I remember when they rolled out zero tolerance policies, and the sheer amount of bullying... Oh shit, there's a hole in that mountain. The sheer amount of bullying, like, skyrocketed after that came in, because what bullies eventually figured out was that in schools that had zero tolerance policies, they could pick on a kid and pick on a kid and pick on a kid, and if that kid eventually retaliates, then the worst case scenario is they both get in trouble and the bully wins both times. And the no tolerance policy was one of the first real major policies that I feel was instituted by people that didn't actually spend any real time in the system to understand what that policy would actually result in. And it was just kind of like the first marker of a generation of policymakers and whatnot that were kind of wholly disconnected from reality and making policy changes that kind of lightened the load on administrative issues that would arise, but did not much else. So lots of decisions being made so that there is less that administrative side has to worry about, and more that an individual teacher has to try to juggle and circumnavigate. Yeah, exactly. It's to protect the institution and not the kids. It's disingenuous nonsense. I might die here? Like, I want to say that, like many things in life, there is a pendulum swing to just about everything, right? I feel like since you and I are having this conversation right now, Crescendo, that would indicate to some degree that people in your age group that are in the system, or around my age and similar, are eventually going to be the ones filling these administrative roles and assume these positions at some point, and much of this stuff is going to get brought back down to earth. You know, there tends to be times of extremes on both ends, and then times of, you know, where the other side pulls it back to the middle, and then somebody else will take it too extreme, like overcorrections and back and forth. It just seems to be the way that life goes, and we're right in the middle of I think stuff like this is generational. So like I think we're working towards the backswing. Of course we're in Scarlet Rot land. Why wouldn't we be? How you doing, Glitch? Yeah, I feel for teachers, man. It's crazy. The curriculum load. I don't know what it's like for you as French if you're doing like French immersion classes and stuff, because that tends to be a bit different. You know, my cousin, they're expecting so much now. Like, there was a time where students that had any like various forms of educational deficiencies would have you know, support systems in place where they didn't always have to be, or they weren't in the classroom with everyone else that was moving at, you know, the more normalized pace. And so an individual teacher had at most 2 levels of curriculum or curriculi, I don't know how you fucking denote that, to juggle at any given time. And now, at least here, I don't know what it's like up there, but, you know, my cousin is basically juggling like 3 to 4 different curriculum because they have everyone in the same classroom, regardless of how, you know, what their learning speed is or abilities are. And it's making it excessively difficult to have enough hours in the day for him to be able to properly, you know, teach these kids. Let alone be able to, you know, just have any waking hours of his own time. Because, like, he just goes home and then he's got so much curriculum work to be constantly working on. And so many different levels of student that he's expected to do. And now, apparently, like, here, they were taking away, like, PD days or PD hours that were previously scheduled here. And so they've, like, reduced the amount of hours that teachers had to do, like, their own development, test, test work and grading and all that kind of shit. Teaching is one of those things that everyone has an opinion on since they were previously a student. They think they understand. They don't. I'm shocked by how my opinion of what I thought was teaching would be is not at all what it is. I do French immersion. The kids are mostly all horrible in French. They just Google Translate everything without understanding most of what they have written. That is a challenge right now for, I think, lots of teachers is competing with students relying upon technology before they have a fundamental understanding. We ask one teacher to do the job of 3 teachers and call it differentiation. Yes, that's like they're literally, they're out here doing way too much. I teach grade 7s. I have kids ready for grade 10. I also have kids who are at grade 3 level. Yeah. And that was always the case. The difference was, at least out here, I don't know if you have any support systems, is that we literally used to have more special needs teachers or otherwise that would be assisting those students separate from the teacher that was just teaching the class proper. And we had that from elementary school up through. And at some point, I guess they fucking stopped. I don't or they heavily reduced staffing for that. I do agree with what's being said about zero tolerance. In my schools, all it was create more fights, because if you were to get the same punishment for punishing as you would fighting, you might as well go down swinging every time. Yeah, exactly. Like, all it did was just, escalate things. No longer a budget to afford to keep those teachers. You gotta wonder, like, how a government can brag about the economy and how well everything is going, and we could be in a country with such high tax rates, and then they can come back and say, for something as base as education, we can't afford to have support structures for teachers anymore. Like, imagine, if you will. Fuck them kids. The poison flower blooms twice. Word? So, Crescendo, do you... Oh, well, shit. Yeah, there's things I'd love to ask, but you can't really publicly or privately talk about them. That's the shittiest thing about being a teacher, is that, like, everything is also scrutinized to fuck now. So, like, even... How can I ask this question that you can give a response without, like, implicating yourself? Well, I guess I'll just ask it, and if it doesn't seem like... If it seems like it's fine to answer, then so be it, and if not, then fine. Is there a feeling that there are, that teachers are reaching a boiling point where the union is not doing their job anymore, and, the teachers are considering, taking more dramatic action? Like... And I asked this question because, you know, my better half, as you may or may not know, is a nurse. And the nurses union here has also become extraordinarily corporate and really only looks out for you know, only really exists to pay the union people huge salaries. And then, like, they do the bare minimum by showing up to, like, argue for wages, and then they go the fuck away. But nurses are, like, drowning, and the union refuses to fight for a bunch of shit. Like, they're not... Like, nurses are paying union dues, and they're not... The union's not doing fucking anything. So there is, like, this greater and greater dissension in the ranks about that. Thank you, Lolium. I'm not too sure about drastic action. What I do know is that a huge number of teachers quit within the first 5 years because it's too much. Yeah, and that's, what is shocking to me is that that's a pretty known quantity now, and has been for a few years. And nobody at the administrative level or government level seems to want to address that, as if that may be an indication that there is something far more prominent happening in the system that needs to be addressed, and isn't. Like, if you have a job like teachers, which are extraordinarily important and in high demand, and even though in Canada teachers get paid better than many, well, let's say, are better than our neighbors, for sure. And you're not able to keep these teachers around for more than inside their first 5 years. That's a pretty strong statement. That should probably set off some alarm bells. Probably. Oh my god. How is this so hard to hit? What the fuck? This is like Foxy's nightmare fuel, this area. Here's another question. Does it feel like parents have even less influence on what's what's being taught in classrooms or how things are being handled than it did in the past. Because like here, they basically annihilated the school board and reduced it down to, like, if I'm not mistaken, more or less a singular role that's not even voted on. They're appointed, which is everyone's favorite mechanism in politics. And so it feels, one of my concerns in the future when, Em and I have our child or children is how little influence or how or like even how much is communicated to parents now versus when we were in school. Like, I feel like there's a dramatic reduction in certain communications between the schools and parents now. It feels like we are expected to come up with the most amazing lesson plans to deliver to the kids, except we hardly get any time to do it. I can't plan a lesson for tomorrow when I'm with kids most of the day. My time is used to explain concepts or help kids one-on-one. When am I supposed to plan my 5 classes for the next day during the 45-minute prep period? I have so many other things to do during that time too, it's crazy. Yeah, exactly. With the invention of emails, there's lots of contact between teachers and parents. Okay, well, that's good. Well, yeah. I guess it depends on the transparency of teachers as well. Some teachers are fucking egomaniacs. But that's, what you just described is what my cousin has described too. It's like, we have like 3 minutes, which was supposed to be earmarked for, other things to get done, and now they expect us to be able to do all this other shit with the same, like, 45 minutes of time where we're not in a classroom. And, like, how are you supposed to possibly... Sarcasm woken up crescendo with a sub. Thank you, Sarcasm. Didn't even know you were lurking out there today. Hope you're doing well, buddy. I can kind of speak third party, having friends that both work for the town and the head positions in school, but not the union. One problem is that the town is not very affluent, so the money just isn't there. So the fighting for pay has started between the teachers union and other departments. Another larger issue was that a large surplus was given during COVID that the school system got used to, and now they're about $2 million over budget because of the expectations created by temporary. Yeah, well, then that happens in like the famous thing about military budgets, for example, or government budgets at all, is that a certain department will be given a budget, and you'll notice that department heads in those departments that are given a certain amount of money after requesting a certain amount of money to accomplish something. You never go backwards or you never underspend. You find ways to waste the money so that you use up all the budget, because if you don't, you are given a smaller budget the next year. It is part of the broken, fucking, stupid nonsense in the system that exists in multiple government departments. But that is definitely a problem. I don't know about what Crescendo would say to this, but what I've heard from my cousin and then friends who are teachers as well at various levels. I have a friend of mine who's a principal. It's not even the pay anymore. Like, it's like they're not, like, teachers are more concerned with what's being asked of them than how much money they're being paid. Like, this isn't, we've reached a point where it's no longer, just like you need to pay me more because I have more responsibilities. It's, you can go ahead and pay me more because you're giving me more responsibilities, but there's literally not enough time in the day for me to do these things anyway, so you're wasting your money. Just, we need to hire other people. Ah, more catacombs. Marvelous. Yeah, the line must go up. Of course. Yeah, the line must go up. For any parents in the chat, here are a few tips I have for you. I could name so many. I'll try to pick some more important ones. Make sure your kid has supplies. Oh yeah, that's like number one. Check in with them. They don't bother mentioning to you themselves when they are out of pencils and papers. Have your kid show you their skills. It's amazing to me how many parents are surprised when I tell them that their kid can't do basic multiplication or something similar. And 3, do not automatically trust your child's words. Talk to the teachers first to hear their side of the story. Kids leave out tons of important details or exaggerate through. Oh yeah. Well, probably the hardest point, you know, as a parent within the kid in the school system is walking the line between believing the teacher and believing the child. And like how as a parent do you walk that line? Because I know that as a kid, like here's a great point. Here's a great case in point. I was as close to an unproblematic kid as you could possibly get. I was a pretty boring child in that regard. Pretty much every teacher loved me. I had, in elementary school, our principal at the time, vice principal, sorry, at the time. He was a pretty ornery fellow. And I, towards the end of elementary school, more specifically, so grade 5, grade 6, well, no, 4, 5, and 6, I was so much bigger than everyone else. And with that came the expectation from a lot of adults, including this vice principal, that my maturity level would match my size, which was obviously unfair. That's not how any of that works. I was just trying to be a kid like everyone else. And so towards that end of it, I did get in trouble with doing things other kids were doing, but I was being, you know, I was being appointed a different standard. One of these instances ended up seeing me in the vice principal's office with another student. And they threw, at one point, the vice principal threw books at us. Literally, I don't mean in the figurative sense. And nobody really would believe you as a kid, right? And so that stuck with me. And my parents were, I had the best parents in the fucking world. But not even my parents really believed it. Hey, what's up, Meox? And then there were other times where you know, teachers with certain things happening at the school in junior high, several instances in which a couple teachers that were less, great teachers would say and do things, or act a certain way, or act out with kids, and then put it on the kids, and then the kids getting in trouble, and the parents get involved, and then it's a he said, she said situation, and all you can do as a kid is tell them what happened, and then it's down to the adults to decide, do we believe the adult or do we believe the kid? And so, you know, it's a really tough situation. And then I'm sure, as you understand, as you get older, and as you're interacting with parents as well, there's a lot of useless adults. My god, people are fucking unreliable cunts a lot of the time. And so, as a parent, you know, I can't even imagine. It's probably very difficult to walk that line between, we're talking about the school system, Yogs. Walk that line between, you know, when your child brings something to you, trying to figure out if they're being hyperbolic, or if they're telling the truth, or if it's the teacher on the other side that might have a different version of the story. You know, it's got to be nightmare fuel trying to ascertain what is what. I'm curious how the school system gets its money. Down here it comes from the value of the students. To oversimplify, school gets income based on students that stick through the year. More income. So it's just government funded here. And a lot of the level of funding a school gets is very political. There's like a, let's put it this way, there's a baseline, and then there are schools that get extra funding through political connection or wealthy family subsidy, things of that nature. Like there's a very, for example, there is a long-standing meme in Nova Scotia where if a politician has gone through and has been mildly successful as a politician at some higher station in the province, you can bet your ass that odds are they are going to go back to wherever they grew up in the province or their riding and plant the fanciest goddamn high school you've ever seen in your life. Or the fanciest elementary school or something, and then name it after themselves. We don't normally have accusations against teachers. It's more trouble between students. One student touched another student's butt. Apparently, I'm picking on the child for letting the parent know and telling the student that they can't touch another student's butt. Oh yeah, I know. Well, that's like the parental defensive, you know, defensive recoil, right? I'm sorry. What the fuck? Oh, the eyeballs are up there. Oh shit, they're in this? Oh my god, he's cooking me right now. He's got curse? Bro, that lad is cooking. Do I even have something to... Big week in Canadian politics? Apparently you know more than I do. What happened? Libs lost a seat in Toronto. Shocker. Calls for Trudeau to step aside from Liberal Party now. Oh, they've been doing that for the last 18 months. But I'm sure that happening probably did not help. Dude, he's been cooked. Like he's had like intra-party amongst his peers that would vote for the next leader. He's like dead last, and has been for ages. Like that's like he's been cooked. Thanks again for the tips on learning showcast in the chat. It's gonna take off. All right, hey, thanks Crescendo. Good luck out there. Thanks for being a fucking awesome teacher. Keep up the good work. Bless all the kids. I'm sure are gonna be thankful that they had you. Kids always remember good teachers. You know, they might forget some bad teachers in time, but they always remember the good ones. Where the fuck am I? There we go. Is it Deathblight? Maybe it's Deathblight. Alright, boys, we're going for it. Bro, he is up there, just blazing. Yeah, Trudeau has been properly cooked for quite some time. Apparently, Krista Freeland wants the PM job, bro. If I'm dead serious. If Krista Freeland ever became prime minister of this country, I would be 95% positive if I didn't have a kid at that point that I would sell everything and move to another country. I would literally never want to live in a country in which she was the prime minister. This country would be dead inside of 6 months. Actually, you know what? I'd probably stay around because they'd oust her in the first 6 months. Come to Mexico, we can play Dota together. Hey, baby! Message from the head of Doc Studio. This is a statement from... Oh, I read that earlier. Yeah. She'd get Liz Truss? I was gonna say, like, the last female prime minister or whatever that lasted literally 6 months. Except Freeland's even worse. Yeah, like, hate is a really strong word, and I don't hate a lot of people. Krista Freeland is getting, like, danger close to me having an unnatural hatred for her. Like, saying her name and hearing about her, and any aspirations that she might have politically, immediately triggers a, like, guttural response, like a physiological recoiling, and anger starts welling up in my chest. Just hearing about her. I heard it was overblown. I saw something that said the messages were old about helping someone grow stream. Yeah, so here's what it is, or what it seems to be. We don't know what the messages were, so the severity of them we can only rely upon what Doc has said himself, which he said today, in his own edited words several times, where he had minor in, then he took minor out, then he put minor back in again in one tweet. What was his wording? Leaned towards, sometimes leaned towards, inappropriate or something along those lines. Anyway. That's all we can go on. I'm not actually all that interested in anything that anyone else says, unless they are presenting actual information. Because if everyone's just gonna say, you know, I heard, then that's like, if you're going to, because here's the problem, right? Here's my problem with this whole situation. If you are going to, and I've already stated how I feel about this, I'm not trying to defend anyone, but this applies to anything. If you are going in the public, if people in the public are going to label Dr. Disrespect or anyone else a PDF file, you goddamn better be absolutely fucking certain before you ever open your lips, and you better bring the receipts, and they better be CVS style. You cannot, in this era, with the reach and speed and just the dissemination of anything that is salacious, you cannot say that shit without bringing an enormous amount of fucking information with you. You just can't. If I was saying that as well, if the documents in the civil case that were between Doc and Twitch, which was not necessarily about the nature of the discussion so much as it was in relation to Twitch's TOS. If that information ever gets out, or if they still have it, and they would, because it was in Discovery, and it doesn't have anything that would even hint at anything like this, and the implications of that ex-Twitch employee saying this has like the entire fucking internet built up into a frenzy and calling and calling this guy a PDF file, then yes, any sensible legal counsel, if that is true, any sensible legal counsel is going to already, right now, as we speak, at this moment, and you know Doc has several lawyers on retainer because he's a multi-millionaire. They are currently looking into that right now, if that's the case. Why would Doc tweet what he tweeted today? If I had to take a guess, it's one of two things. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter which scenario it is, whether he's actually, whether the accusations are true or not. I think Doc is under an immense amount of stress under this because I do still think there are some forms, until perhaps today, where he said that, you know, seems to be he can say these things now that ex-Twitch employees have been talking about it. Perhaps the agreement has been nixed. There was clearly, as this was not talked about by either side for 4 years plus, something in place that was stopping people from discussing it even tangentially. And so he was probably sitting on the sidelines watching this and watching the whole internet speculate and do what it does best, knowing that he could only speak in lawyer speak, at least at first, until what he put out today. I think he's just fucking completely, whether he's guilty or not of it, completely exhausted, fried, and beyond angry. Is it a good PR move? No. Do I think that he's thinking about that right now and just, you know, not just acting out of pure white rage? You know, for us sitting on the sidelines in that situation, you know, Doc is wealthy, but I don't think he has a full PR team. He has control over his own accounts, right? So there is no filter between Doc and the internet. Like, he's wealthy, but he's not like, I have somebody controlling all of my social media accounts and only allowing me to speak after we've run it through 14 filters. Wealthy. I don't disagree. He just doesn't have it. Should he have gotten it after some of the other stuff that he has been involved with in the last, 7 years? Almost certainly. But he probably thought that this was done. I would imagine that after the suit went through and everything was closed and both parties agreed to a joint announcement of like literally just no fault, it's done. I would imagine that he thought in the back of his mind everything else was behind him and he could just move on and not have to, and as long as he wasn't being hyper-inflammatory for other reasons, that this wouldn't suddenly like crop up and become a problem. I don't think that he had it in his magic 8 ball that an ex-Twitch employee was going to flirt with a legal case by bringing it up. Oh, it'll be huge, Mark. Like, it'll be fucking huge. Because here's what I think the reality is, here's what I think the reality is that, one, I would imagine a lot of his viewers, honestly, either barely know anything about this, or the only information they're getting about it is through Doc. So they don't care. There's also going to be a bunch of people who look at this whole situation, seeing that the side that's being accusatory isn't bringing out any hard evidence, and for them, they need more before they finally say, okay. They're not reading Doc's thing and then reading between the lines and making assumptions. They're just saying, give me something or I don't care. And then of that subset of people, I think there's a lot of people that will actually be even more into Doc because of it, because they will feel Doc as being some form of martyr. That's kind of the other problem with this, is that, and this happens a lot, is that if you are not careful with how you, like, if Doc was, in fact, and I don't think anyone actually really does know, and anyone that says they do, I think is lying, unless they were literally part and parcel of the case and have intimate details that they're not talking about. If you don't bring those CVS receipts, and even when you do, there will always be a small pocket of people that don't go along anyway, but for like the vast majority of people, if you don't bring the receipts, then what happens is there will be a bunch of people that already, and this is what you're seeing right now, okay? You're seeing a bunch of people that have hated Doc for like a fucking decade. They've wanted him dead, out of the scene. I don't mean literally dead, but they wanted him out of the scene for well, maybe some of them do want him dead, I don't know. Out of the scene for years. And every time something came up, like when he admitted the infidelity with his wife, which I think this might actually be what that was about, given the timeline. Or the bathroom filming incident. There were a ton of people that have hated him because of his stream persona, his what they perceived his character to be, and based upon how he has interacted either with people that they know in person or otherwise. They have hated him for ages. And so when this comes around, those people don't need anything more than a couple people to have said, I have heard, and they're like, open shut case, fuck Doc, spread the word. So okay, I was going somewhere with this. Sorry, I'm scatterbrained as fuck. So when that happens, when they're doing that, I don't know why they haven't learned their lesson yet. But if you do that before it is definitive, you are risking creating a martyr. And it's not a martyr for your cause, it's a martyr for a cause that you believe is antithetical to your own existence and belief system. So, if you don't nail it down, the less nailed down it is, the greater the chance that you're creating a martyr. And the bigger the person is, and the bigger the platform that they had, typically the bigger the martyrdom obviously then becomes. And so, and Miyagi would know this very intimately with, in that, what are the Democrat side on social media really fucking good at generating these days? What is their specialty? What's their bread and butter? The Dem side in the States on social media is absolutely champions, tier 1 operators of generating right-wing martyrs that never had to be right-wing martyrs, that then become huge social media platform people that then draw a bunch of fucking people to them that were on the fence, and now they couldn't be any further away from the Democratic side if they tried. They're a master of that shit. It is insane how frequent that happens. Like, the question of, like, how can there possibly be so many high-profile, huge viewer count, far-right leaning political commentators and influencers in the social media space, and so few on the other side? And the answer to that is that the Democratic side, or the more liberal side, the left-leaning side of social media, is really fucking good at generating martyrs for no fucking reason. And it's because they jump on shit that they shouldn't be jumping on at the time in which they do it, or to the degree in which they do it. And it is very similar in situations like this, where people will jump on something before anything is definitive, and the more that you jump on something before it is definitive, the higher, it's not a guarantee, but the higher the probability chance. The higher the probability chance that you're going to create a martyr. And you are going to have people join a cause that is antithetical to what you were hoping by jumping down that hole. Interesting take. I'm going to leave it alone. Oh, you don't agree with me? Okay. I thought you had mentioned to me the other day that you already thought that was the case. That's my bad. That's why I was setting you up for T-ball. I wasn't trying to walk you into some shit that you don't believe. I actually thought we were on the same page with that. Every time somebody gets like called out on social media for doing some stupid shit, even if some mildly attractive woman does some shit, and then like the entire left-leaning fucking social media platform doxes her, gets her fired from her job, the world comes crashing down around her, and then all of a sudden she's the next fucking like right-wing social commentator and martyr and influencer. And maybe all of that, maybe the switcherino is all of that is on the right side, and they're doing it performatively, and we're in the Matrix. Either way, that is the idea regardless. I wouldn't label it democratic. Okay. We'll remove the Democrat, stick to left-right. Liberal and conservative. Left and right. Remove the Democrat side. I'd label it as ass clownery. Fair. Here are the facts. Doc was messaging a minor. He said that as much. It was enough for people to drop him. Well, the the thing that people are going to get stuck on is that we don't know what the messages were. We don't know if Doc knew or didn't know. He should have stated that. My assumption is he did know, like I was saying in Discord earlier. Because he probably would have thought to say that he didn't know at the time if that was the case. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable saying something like that on the off chance that somebody's going to try and prove it otherwise. I don't fucking know. All that I know is that we don't know if he knew or not, definitively. We don't know what the messages are. And so without those two things, it is still all second and third hand information. I mean, the dude's brain is so fucking fried, he's re-editing his fucking tweets like multiple times. He's not even thinking about what he's tweeting. He's just full sending right now. Full speed ahead. Fuck, they have one of these guys in every room. Like, I just implore people to remember, like, the pro-Jared situation. Not in the defense of Doc, but to just... not just immediately... take a bunch of secondhand and partial firsthand to then generate the worst possible outcome. The subway guy? Definitely not like the subway guy. Different pro Jared. That guy was not a pro. He was a amateur Jared. I'm waiting for the next 6 to 8 weeks. Because this is not over yet. You know what I'm saying, Vern? There's gonna be a whole bunch more that is likely to precipitate in that time. Oh, like oh no, the YouTuber Pro Jared Miyagi. Ha! The YouTuber. Who was, cleared of false accusations of, similarly egregious nature. And pretty much, like, dismantled his career. Why could I not swing? Yay, a twin blade. Oh, shit. New spirit hype. Yes, Link. That is allowed. Yes. You are fully allowed to not like Dr. Disrespect. Yes. For any reason. Really. There's not any reason you can conjure up. Ow. Oh, hey, a ladder. Oh, great. Meox, remember last year when we got in a heated discussion around the fact that I was likely not going to vote liberal and you just couldn't fucking, like, fathom that whole thing? Are you starting to maybe see why it would be exceedingly difficult? Like, is it starting to come together? Starting to maybe come together. This dude with the eyes is a real pain in the knackers. Canada beat Peru, are you happy? Oh, football? Oh, believe me, I mean, listen, I don't, imagine how I feel. If we keep them in, we're power fucked. If somebody else gets in, we're likely still fucked. But the type of fucking might be more palatable and salvageable long term, is how people are going to look at this. There's just no, like, if you really want some entertainment value, listen to Question Period on the YouTube, and when Justin is in session, and just listen to him bumblefuck his way along, and just, it is entertaining, if not depressing. I say just give the government back to the First Nations. That would be interesting. They'll develop housing real fast. Maybe. I read that as Canada B Peru. Yeah, I don't think so. Fucking excuse me? The eyeballs now go back and forth? The First Nations will, taking government would certainly be an interesting situation. Honestly, as a Nova Scotian, one of my biggest concerns would be how fast they would, absolutely decimate what's left of the fisheries and fishing industry here. Because I think it would be dead pretty quick. They don't really like the idea of, seasons. How far up can I be? What is the cone of effect here? Okay. Is this like a statue, or can I... Oh my god. It's not even a killable thing. It's just a permanent fixture. Phenomenal. Oh, fuck. Game, what are you doing? Stop jumping over. Yeah, apparently our keeper is pretty good. That's about the extent of my knowledge of how our football team is doing. Oh, great. An even bigger one. Well, that room looks like freaking cheeks. Good God. Oh, they've got that spell here too? Oh, that's not true. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's just cancer. That room is actual cancer. I looked in there and knew what I was up against. I knew it was gonna be pure fucking ass. Every once in a while, Miyazaki has to just put a room full of, like, borderline inescapable bullshit just to remind you that you're alive. Really? Just enough attack time. Gotta get these 300 fucking K back. Next thing to do is just don't even stop. Oh shit, they are here. Okay. Really? The Lib should recruit Ryan Gosling to run for PM on a platform of banning papyrus font. I'd vote for him. Funnily enough, Em and I just watched Driver or whatever last night. I hadn't seen it since it came out. I went to theaters to see that originally. It is a good movie. I had forgot how many people were in it. So it's like Ryan Gosling, Bryan Cranston, Ron Perlman, What's his name, who then got into Star Wars here more recently? He was so young in that, too. Shit. It's gonna escape, it's escaping me now. Yeah, it was a great soundtrack. Not, yes, James Earl Jones, famously in Drive. No, Middle Eastern guy. I think he's Middle Eastern? I could actually just be, like, profiling him horribly wrong and missing it entirely. Yes, Meows, who's been farting? Okay, just let me look this fucking thing up. Since everyone else is gonna be brain dead for me here. Oscar Isaac. No, wait, he's Mexican, or not Middle Eastern, Mexican. Maybe. Or is he Puerto Rican? Anyway. Guatemalan. He's in there somewhere. Guatemalan, there we go. I just had to guess like 5 different places. Why in my head did I think he was Middle Eastern? I mean, I guess he kind of looks a little bit with the beard. But still. Anyway. I just had to keep guessing. Fifth time's a charm. First try. Yes, Poe. Yeah. He plays the father of the father and the husband of the guy that Adam Gosling's character kind of like steps in on because he's in jail at the time. He's like, when I saw the cast for it last night before we watched it, I was like, wow, I was like, shit, really? That's Oscar Isaac? Because I barely even recognized him, he was so young. Oh boy, here we are. Ex Machina is a great film. Very, very solid film. Did you see that there's a, I can't remember what his qualifications were now, but they were very relevant and very impressive. I wish I remember the guy's name, but he's writing this whole thesis on arguing for not even the putting guardrails on AI, but destroying it entirely. Bro, chill. I'm just trying to get situated, please and thank you. Ah, he's gonna heal himself now. That sucks. I am so good at dodging at the time in which he's attacking, it's kind of shocking. It's actually, you know what it's a testament to? As far as I'm concerned, it's kind of a testament to how good the team has gotten at finding the cadence of people who have been playing these games for a long time, fighting, and their rhythm over the years that they developed, and then countering that rhythm. As a player, it's fucking insanely frustrating because it's very hard to break that kind of muscle memory, but I have to respect it because it's really the only way that you make it feel like difficult without making it so difficult that literally nobody can fucking beat it anymore. Because it's not even that they're not telegraphing their moves, they are, but it's the length of time after the telegraph begins that the attack goes through that changes. And some of these enemies are so off time that it just rattles me. I can never get the dodging through. Movies hit different now. It's true. Funny how those major life events that appear in movies, or things related to major life events that appear in movies, you know, they might affect you a certain way, but like anything, if you are without real context or an analog, you know, out of your own experience, the impact is, you know, dramatically different. Oh, I can only imagine how much power AI is draining. I would love to see the comparison between crypto farming and AI like superstructures being installed and powered around the world right now. I'd be very interested to see what that looks like. That's a very large, fancy-looking bear. I don't know if I have... You know what? Let's go spend these runes. Trying out 2 great swords? Let's go. Getting fancy. Now attacking in 720p. Yeah, but you know, we're unlikely to see much come out of that until it's already too late, because it's making so much money for a very specific group of people that they are never going to want to curtail that. So, welcome to the fucking ride. You're getting AI whether you want it or not. It's going to be in everything whether you want it to or not. You will have everything fucking stripped from your butthole in real time. Dissected by artificial intelligence. Hello, sir. Would you like to have a little chat? I see you're not a fan of trees. Oh, that has a secondary... That's not good. Oh, this is a... Oh boy. Oh my god. Bro. I'd say this guy's an animal, but I mean, you know, would that be a bit much? There we go. Game over, son. Big finish. Baseball swing. Good night. God bless Frank. Oh. Okay. Just a whole set of armor. Chilling. On a rock. Traditional garb of the Highland warriors made from woven fabric and finished with fur. This garment is made from fabrics with both blue and red patterns. Well, thank you for that. Yeah. Tells me not much. Red pattern fabrics were allowed only for those who hunted bears, the greatest and most glorious of the Highlanders. Fancy. An incantation of what is jokingly called the Bear Communion channels the power of Regalia, the Great Red Bear. Transform oneself into a Great Red Bear and emit a mighty roar. Charging increases potency. An incantation that is more akin to the divine invocation of the horn scent than it is to the Dragon Communion. Only through desperate battle with the feral wild can one discover a god unique to oneself. Interesting. The Spirit of Hugh. Knight Captain of the Black Knights. Black Knights were the primary force of Mesmer's army. Second to their first Knight Commander was Hugh. A man with agile command of both twin blade techniques and the powers of the Crucible, and whose spirit in these ashes dwells. Though a champion of the divine beast hunt, he followed his father Andreas into rebellion against Mesmer. And like his father, he too was imprisoned in an underground tomb. Mesmer mourned the loss of a brother in arms. Rip. Ripperino in Pepperino. So, like, is this an item that I can... Like, so how does this... Let me see here. No, okay.